Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Factorio. I am SeiferKatt, and today, oh man, we're going to get level 2 trains. I can feel it in my fingers, I can feel it in my bones. Trains are all around me, and thus the dread it grows. Because those trains are coming straight for me, we all know that. We know how I am with trains. I'm going to get hit by a train at some point, these fast trains, and you know what? It'll be a tragedy and a triumph of the human spirit. So that's what you really want to have. If you can have a tragedy and a triumph of the human spirit, you know you've done well in life. Probably. So, I'm not quite sure what we need and what we have. So, what we don't have is pretty obvious. We don't have enough inserters. We don't have... Huh. Those, huh? Weird. What can you feel in your bones? That's going to be a fun question to explain. Oh, really? It's going to be a pretty normal question. She's used to weird questions. Okay, so what I probably need to do is find my car, which is over here. And we need to just make it a move. Did the clapping sound happen? I don't know. Let's play a sad trombone. Oh no, don't tell me we don't have sound alerts working today. Don't tell me we have to go activate SeiferKatt. Dave will be happy about it. Oh no, sound alert doesn't seem to be working. Alright, we're activating SeiferKatt. Oh, no, it's just delayed. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. We're okay. I mean, not that I don't want to make Dave happy by activating dumb things, but it's always embarrassing making those sound effects because I have to. But we're okay. Alright, I'm so excited to get these faster trains in. I just don't know if we're going to really be making that many of them. That's probably going to be the real catch. Which is also what I call myself when Panda's around. I call myself the real catch. She wishes I would stop, but too bad. I'm SeiferKatt and I'm going to laugh at my own jokes. I mean, that's normal, right? I'm normally laughing at my own jokes. Okay, so what I'd also like to do is get some inserter 3P... Inserter 3s? Inserter 4s. Oh, damn. No, we were up to that level of ingenuity. Those are 3s. Hang on. Those are 3s. We are 4s. Damn. Thought we had more of those. Well, we can just bring them down there and they can eat for a little bit. And we'll figure it out there. Are we okay with everything else? Could probably do with a couple of splitters. Beyond that, I think we'll be alright. Who is the real catch? Valid point, Glacier. Thank you for asking. Ask Panda will not be this week, of course. It will be next week. But we are building up a vast selection of questions to ask and confuse her and embarrass me, which is honestly the best type of question. You can embarrass me while I'm asking the question, you know you've asked a good one. That's my logic, and I'm going to stick to it. Ah, shit. Okay, well, I hit myself with a train, as usual. Oh wait, hang on. I had inserters. I didn't need to bring that down here. Well, down there now. Nothing I can do about it. Thanks for coming though. I really appreciate it, but we don't actually need... Also, they're filter inserters. So not only do I not need them, I brought down the wrong ones. So, you know, all that good stuff. Because, gosh, I'm not doing inserters for every single thing. That'd just be too much work. And I'm allergic to work. Be a bit of a troll. Oh, I mean, heck, go for it. There's a definition that a friend had once, which trolling is a little bit... Like, a good troll is one that's actually not super rude and offensive. It's one that's just like, haha, okay, I see what you're doing. You know, able to poke fun, but not being mean. That's a good troll. And I accept a good troll. The trolls where they're being mean, I'm like, I don't need that shit in my life. I can be mean to myself, thank you very much. Don't you worry about it. We've all got those little demons in our heads. Depending on who you are, depends on the challenge rating of those demons. And, oh. Hey, it finally happened! Soulburn's gonna be so happy. He was always wondering when that would happen. That is your goal? It's a fine goal to have. I also can be a bit of a troll, and I am 100% okay with a troll that is designed to have fun, but not to hurt. I am a-okay with that logic. And as a streamer, you have to accept that, because that's fun. Alrighty then, how are we feeling? Good. Glad I got that sorted out. I'm gonna finish off this bit, this unloading, and then we'll see how we go. The unloading will be helpful. We are running out of substations. Vaguely problematic. But pretty happy nonetheless. Okay, and it looks like we've also run out of blinky blinker lights. Got a couple more of. I just could not remember what they're called, chain signals. But blinky blinker lights will do the job. Right, so what do we need to get these trains made? I think we're so close, right? So we needed motor 2s, easy, sensor 1s, easy, locomotive 1s. Do we make locomotive 1s? We would have to, otherwise I would have locomotive 1s, yes. Cargo wagon 2s. I feel like that's where we've gotten stuck at the moment. Yeah, we don't make cargo wagon 2s. Alright, that's fine. So that's what we're doing now. Everything else is made. We've got combustion chamber 2s, I'm pretty sure. And we've got standard turbine. So we just need to make cargo wagon 2s and then we're sorted. Yeah, you know what? I don't know why I thought that was going to be an easy thing to do. I clicked it. I was like, yep, this is going to be easy. And then I'm just like, okay. Okay. For bearings, we know we don't have that. We've got to get our bearings. First, we've got to hit that for no reason. Okay, let's get our bearings. Bearings drop. I think we've got lots of bearings. I don't think we're really using them that often. We've got to get sensor 1s. I feel like sensor 1s are going to be around here somewhere. Sensor 1B drop. Oh, let's go from here. Yeah, sensor 1's already here. There's sensor 2s. What? Trick 1. Click on the right thing. Okay, cool. I don't think so, no. Okay. Wait, do we have another train station that's only half built? Yes, that one. Okay, well, doesn't matter. We are getting more and more sensor 1B drops, and that's worrying me. Although, yes, we don't need that many. Large chests. We have large chests. Okay. We don't ship large chests. Okie dokie. Well, that's probably step 1 of this hell ride that I have inflicted upon myself. Large chests are made over here, but they are not ever dropped off anywhere. Yeah, okay, so we need to get a train for that. And where the hell to build that is the real question. Okay, well, we're gonna build it. Let's go sort it out. Hang on. No. Oh, I didn't. Okay, let's go sort that out now. That's an easy fix, though. Every Factorio's player's favorite thing to say. That's an easy fix. It's also every Factorio player's biggest lie, because no fix is ever that easy. I mean, if it is, then congratulations, you're better than me. At like forward planning, rear planning, planning, all that sort of jazz. Okay. Let's see. Chester up here. Okay, I don't quite know how we're going to be doing that just yet, but hopefully I'll figure it out. That's the hope. You can tell it was the hope because I said hopefully. Bam. We could do a similar thing that we've done there and just sort of wiggle one out, which just sounds filthy. And we wiggle one out. Really haven't planned for this. What I could do, I don't think we're needing to be building up this way much more. We do a one-off train line that way. It's filthy and it's disgusting. Surely we've got like one more output. No outputs there. We snuck an extra output into there. I mean, hang on. If at first you sneak an extra output, you can always sneak another extra output, right? There's no rules saying that you can't do it twice. Eh? Be the criminal you want to see in the world. Yeah. Look at that. Crime has been done. But it's good crime. Yeah, it's good crime because I've done it. That's the logic I'm going to go with. It's an easy fix, like this is temporary. Oh, I've given up on believing anything is ever temporary in this life. I've played enough Factorio on that. I've learned that lesson. There's nothing more permanent than a temporary fix, right? Alright, no, I know there is no such thing as a temporary fix. It's just one of the lies that people tell, you know. The war will be over by Christmas. I'll be right back, and I'll be right back. I'm just getting cigarettes, and it's a temporary fix. One of those got dark. Actually, no, they were all pretty dark. I was like, one of those got dark. I was like, no, the war over by Christmas was actually incredibly dark. What am I saying? Literally, thousands of men died. That is not a light topic. All right, anyway. So that's our chests. Okay. These are the large chests, right? Yeah. Yeah. Hello, Technical Hedgehog. How you doing? Welcome. You can come drop off the small chests. I know you're not full, but it's fine. You don't know that Christmas reference? It was a World War I reference. Don't worry, lads, it'll all be over by Christmas. You know, 4 years later, and thousands upon thousands of men died of war and disease and all that sort of jazz. You know, that's why I said it's a pretty dark one, because it was not all over by Christmas. Things are progressing well. All going well, we should have level 2 trains very soon. That's what I'm saying. None of those references were actually like an okay thing. They were all pretty dark. Large storage. Oh. Wait, hang on. What do I call this? Large storage chest. This isn't a large storage chest, it's just a large chest. They never said what Christmas. Trust me, that got referenced as well. Oh, yeah. That, I mean, that was the patriotism around then, you know, where people would like, you know, the monarchs or the leaders would be like, yes, man, we all need to go to war and it's going to be a good and honorable thing. You know, it's good and honorable to die for one's country and all that sort of jazz. People like, yeah, let's go fight for Uncle Sam. And it's just like, a lot of people died. What did you miss before you got on? I'm going to have to repeat it now. The 3 basic rules, words that you can never trust. It'll be over by Christmas, I'm just going out for cigarettes, and it's a temporary fix. Oh, wait. No, we want the car. Almost made the mistake again. Okay. Grimdark Factorio. Yeah, in the grim future of whatever the hell this year is set in, there is only building and darkness. The darkness, however, comes from the builder, not from the factory itself. Although I guess there is a lot of murder. Classic Factorio colonization. So what I'd also like to do today, and this is a much quicker thing, is I'd like to get this linked up with here, and this linked up with here. Only war in the grim darkness of the 41st millennium? Absolutely. But only because orcs believe it. Welcome back. I mean, that's one of those dumb fan theories. I don't actually believe it. I mean, I don't believe that a theory is donning the mask. Alright then, we will don the mask. I was like going to say, oh, I just think that's a fan theory. I don't think the orcs are actually doing that. It's like, well, hang on. The orcs aren't real, Steve. Could happen. Maybe. Where did the mask come from? My mother bought it for me. Because that's the sort of person my mother is. He saw a cat mask and went, yes, my son will like this. And how did it start? Well, I had the mask, so I started streaming properly in 2021. And my mother got me the mask somewhere in 2020. And it was sitting on the desk that Panda and I shared for working. And I would just play around with it because it was just, that's who I am as a person. I'll play around with things with my hands, just keep my hands occupied. And I was like, when I streamed, I was like, I should start wearing this mask. I think it'll be funny for stream. I think people will like it. And they did. And people were like, yeah, Steve, wear the mask. The mask is now your true identity. I was like, okay. And now, much like if you've ever seen a damsel stream, how she can never get rid of Alzil, I must forever wear the mask, because I think there will be a literal riot if I ever stop. Yeah, also Wes likes the mask. We probably didn't need to do that. We probably could have got away without doing a cargo wagon drop. But it looks like it's fine. Oh goodness. We need to slow this. This can't be 500. Maybe go down to 50. We might also need to change the same thing with the locomotives. Which we're not calling in just yet. But we will be in a moment. Okay, steel cables. Do we bring in steel cables here? It's a good question. Steel cables, bring steel cables. Okay. Okay, we'll drop. We... not. Okay. Wes really wants a cat cam, but I have no cat, so there is no cat cam. Unfortunately, I must be the cat cam. They say, be the cat cam you want to be in the world. Common phrase. Don't worry about it. Everyone's saying it. Pretty normal. Why not just get a cat? There is a plan for that. There is a plan to get an animal of some kind. It'll either be a cat or a dog. It really depends what we decide. But it's not just as easy as just get cat. But one day we'll get cat. And then there'll be a cat cam, and Wes will be happy. Oh, that's 500,000. That's too much. What is the phobia they have in North America? Their area. I'm not aware of their phobias. Yeah, there's my steel cables. Oh wow, okay. Delivered right on time every time. Ah, Damsel's in California. I didn't actually know where Damsel was from. Really thought to ask, and I was like, it's rude to ask someone something. No, it's probably not, but I didn't want to ask her, where are you from? Because I just didn't want to. I was scared. I was petrified. You know how I am with those ABBA songs, those classic ABBA songs. Okay. That makes sense. That processing. That's like 95% of America. Oh, he's on fire today, and by that I mean if he continues this, he's going to be flamed. Okay. Or set on fire. There is a vague difference, but only vaguely. So at the moment, just so you know what's going on in the cat household, I was playing Mario Kart this week, just because I wanted to play Mario Kart, and Panda saw Mario Kart, and she's like, you know what? This is my thing now. So Panda is playing a heck load of Mario Kart, and she's having a good time. So yeah, Panda's playing a lot of Mario Kart. She's playing right now. She's playing online because that's how she wants to play. And she's doing it well. Like, she didn't grow up playing a lot of Mario Kart, so she is learning the game. But she's doing all right. Washed egg, still confused. I don't understand. Why would you wash an egg? Just eat the egg. Egg. Don't wash egg, just eat egg. Anyway. Yeah, so Panda's playing a lot of Mario Kart these days, and she's having a good time with it. And I've just realized I have made the critical mistake of that's not how you do anything in this land. No one knows. I mean, it's probably one of those, you know, they started doing it for safety concerns, and then they were just like, well, not actually a problem anymore, but you gotta keep doing it because it's what the law is. You know what happens if you fight the law? If you fought the law will win. That's the rules. In a song. If it's codified in a song, it's true. I don't know where my assemblers are. Assembler. Oh, it's up there. I figured this one would know what was going on. Yeah. If you fight the law will win. It's in the song, therefore it's true. Wait, what? I mean, yeah, that's true. That's a fair rule. I mean, those turbo lifts, you know, who knows what's going on in those turbo lifts. Can we change this to the correct thing, please? Thank you. I mean, there was like, I remember like reading this thing that someone asked like a Battlestar Galactica writer. It was like the classic Battlestar Galactica. How fast do the Vipers move? And they're like, they move at the speed of plot. If the Viper takes... They have stopped lift. Oh, I remember that. But yeah, if the Viper needs to get there too late, it'll always get there too late. And if the Viper needs to get there on time, it'll be like just in the nick of time. It'll be there just in the nick of time. And I just kind of like that logic because it's like, yeah, that makes sense. Ship arrives when ship needs to arrive for plot. If ship needs to arrive late, then oh damn, ships arriving late. Almost like TV is not real life. I'm sorry, I've just said something very heretical. I know. TV not real life. How dare I? Inquisition will be here for me shortly. I get it. And I welcome the Inquisition. With open arms. This world has a rule like that too. Excellent. I mean, it's a good basic rule, you know. Can't go wrong with it. If that's how long things take, that's how long things take. Or in Mass Effect, where remember rightly, the Mass Effect lifts were slow more because it was a loading, like it was hiding loading screens, which is pretty funny too. I kind of wish I hadn't done it that way. Oh, you know what? No, we can do this. Here we go. I like it when people try to hide loading screens. It's like one of my favorite things about gaming. Just like, yep, here's, like my favorite loading screen hide was like, oh god, what's the game called? Metroid Prime. Where you couldn't go through the door, like you'd shoot the doors, and you couldn't go through the doors because there was a loading screen wall. Mass Effect used them as Mass Effect used what? not sure I understand. The problem was the loading times were so long, so it was just like, eh. But then they also got to realizing that what you do with those, if you have long loading times, just put character interaction in there, you know? Talk to your characters while you're in the loading screen. Have them tell like fun little stories. The elevator conversations were great. Yeah, exactly. I don't know if that was Mass Effect 2 where they started that. I feel like it was, but I could be misremembering that. Because, I mean, it was, you know, it was one. Oh, I apologize. I thought that was something they started in 2 due to the complaints. Oh, okay then. Consider myself told. And then even the Prothean technology was also slow lifts because, you know, lift technology is just something that's static. Okay, so that is my cargo wagons. Now with this, with the power of all these things combined, we should have locomotive 2s. Actually, before we start moving things around, is there anything else we need cargo wagons for? Yeah, a few things. Including locomotive 2s. Honestly, that's why we did all this. Probably not a bad idea to make fluid wagons here as well. At the moment we're not building fluid wagons, and they're kind of... You make medium tanks, right? The thing I had not considered before. Do we make medium tanks? Medium tank 2 specifically? No. We do make medium tanks. Okay, okay. Up there, in fact. Things are not unloading to the belt? What do you mean? You mean here? They're not going to. They don't have lubricant yet. They'll get there. They'll get lubricant very soon. I trust them. I have a great deal of trust in my robots and my facilities to just be very slow about things. Lubricant pick. What's going on over here? Do we have lots of lubricant? We do. We may actually want to consider having a second lubricant train very soon. Where are you going to go? So you're going to fill up very quickly. Yep, that's nice. And then... That's alright, you never want to miss the missing lube. They've run out of lubricant right at the end. Okay. Feel like that might be a problem that we need to fix. Okay, you know what? We're just going to put lubricant up here just so we can improve it shortly. It's not what we're making, obviously, but it's fine. We will work on locomotive 2s now, I think. So locomotive 2s need motor 2s, which we don't really know what we've got here. That's the thing. I don't think we got motor 2s here. This is the problem about stopping a build midway through. You don't actually remember what you've got. No, we don't. Okay. Motor 2B drop. Oh wow, I'm actually surprised that was ready to go. Center 1s. We did just call on center 1s, and in fact, not only did we call them in, they also need to be unboxed. Just one center 1. That's cute. Like we can just do this again. Fine. Cool. Locomotive 1s. Look, we'll get these here and then we'll sort out the rest. Fine. The rock in the way. That's fine. Rocks in the way never hurt anyone. Motor 2s also need to be unpacked. The same vein. Okay. Good. Locomotive 1s. Okay. Where are they? I feel like they're up there. They are. made there. Now the problem is we're not actually making any locomotive ones for stupid reasons. Go sort that out now. There's a little bit of hand gesturing there, but I think we all figured it out. Okay. That one that was going at a weird speed was confusing to me. Okay. Oh, it's got to be not that glass. Okay. Oh. We were boxing it. That's interestingly terrifying. The glass is not boxed normally. Oh, yeah, okay. That sounds about right. Now we're going to unbox the glass, be able to use it. That's fine, that'll be real quick. Okay, the glass has been unboxed. Okay, we're back to that. We do have problems with steel gears, and we will get to that shortly, I imagine. These, we are running out of steel sheets. Do we not have steel sheets? Steel sheets are being made. Okay. We might adjust some of these around. What's the problem? The output full? Some of them are output full and some are not, but it doesn't really matter. Most of them are output full, then it's fine. That means production is already maxed. Could always actually look at speeding them up. But I feel that would cause other problems. Probably need to look at another iron mine today as well. Okay, not right now. Not right now. Locomotive 1, we are going to transport that in. Even though they're not going right now, it'll sort its shit out eventually. So steel probably needs some work, so we're going to put steel in there as well. So that way we remember what's going on. Okay, so we're going to bring the locomotive in because... Not there. Not there. Because these ones, they, quite frankly... No, that's not what I want to call it. I want to call this one locomotive drop. They stack in a really small number, and we're going to have to make so many of them otherwise. So we're just going to go like that, and we're going to change that to 50, like we did with the carriages. Okay, moving on. Tiger Wagon 2s. I mean, they're down here. We just got to bring them up there. It's not a big deal. That's fine. Combustion chamber 2s are up here, I believe. They are, but just to make things easy, I think we will just transport them by... Do that, or do we just want to wheel them down? We'll do it this way, it's fine. We are doing a new system which is not making things go a ridiculous distance. I don't know how I feel about this new system, but it's what we're doing. And standard turbine 2s, which quite frankly we know we need. But they should be available on the... Come on, man. Okay, we don't have standard turbine 2s there. I thought we did sort all that shit out. Or did we sort that shit out but never actually have a way to transport them? It sounds like something I may have done. Okay. They're over here. Or did we just never... We just never did it at all. Okay, well that's fine. But after all of this is sorted out, then we have our locomotive 2s. We do need to sort out a whole bunch of things to get them working properly, but you know what, that's neither here nor there. Work on that. Okay, and we're going to paste that in. And also dump some of those. We are out of underground belts. That is unfortunate. I always find the word of unfortunate interesting, because unfortunate implies that there was just luck involved. No, it's poor planning. Something that I tell my co-workers sometimes. Don't say it's unfortunate that we can't do this. No, it's not unfortunate. Like, it's not like they just had bad luck. They literally cannot do what they want to do. And, sorry, but no. No fortune was involved this day, I'm afraid. I don't know. I'm always very cautious about the use of word fortunate, like in work-related things. What else are we needing? So I've got motor 2s, locomotive combustion chambers. That's pretty good. Still need cargo wagon 2s and standard turbines. Okay, well, cargo wagon 2s we vaguely build. We don't actually build them, but we vaguely build them, and that's you know, something to consider. We actually do build them. Wow. I'm kind of scared by that logic. Okay, so what I'd like to do is this. I would like to later on move them, but not right now. We will probably put the fluid wagons in here as well at another time or another place. And we are looking more and more like I really need to get those undergroundy boys. Underground belt 3s? Yeah, I could bring in 4s, but quite frankly, I don't think I need to. And that should vaguely build a train, if it feels like it. If it feels like it. Big if there. I'm looking forward to building the track across here and across here. I know it's kind of a weird thing to be excited about, but you know, sometimes it's just kind of nice about laying some track. I've never been that sad about laying some track that needs to be done. Is that my... Yep, that's the train that I'm waiting for. Excellent! And then we need to start figuring out androids. Because we are really doing work that we don't need right now. Fine. Probably need to work on new titanium sources as well in the future, but that's neither here nor there. Thank you very much. You may go. Okay. Pick those up. Those up. Do you ever actually make hangar 2s, or was it just a theory that we had and then we never got around to it? I have a funny feeling we didn't actually ever make them. thought about it. We thought real hard about it. Used all my thinky parts. Just thought about it real hard. Good to me, that's not quite right. Well, the lubricant came in the end, so I guess that's good. Alright, don't have any cargo wagons at the moment. Quite frankly, I don't want to use cargo wagon 2s. But I should have cargo wagon 1s right here. Yeah. So now when we get want trains, we can just bring them straight in, which is such a big deal. Oh my gosh, it's such a big deal. I'm so excited by this concept. Concept of like things actually working. My goodness. I want cargo wagon 2s. I don't really. You know what? Hit me up with those cargo wagon 2s. I wasn't going to say yes, but now that I'm looking at it, I got some plans. Because the resource trains, the ones that bring in the iron, the aluminium, the sandstone, the limestone, those trains would probably benefit from a bigger cargo wagon. A little bit heavier, so it's going to make the train a little bit slower, but quite frankly, speed of the train has never been the issue. Hello, Solburn. I mean, I guess it has been, that's why we're building these new trains. So, argumentative on that response. How you doing today, Solburn? Alright, so there's a bunch of stuff we don't have. That's life. Guess what came out? Me? No. What a weird response to question. Was it me? Did I come out? No, you should know that, Seif. Oh no, what is this? What is this madness? I don't know if I want to know. What is this new version of Pi? What is it? And why am I afraid to the very core of my being? Oh, because it's Pi, that's why. The latest Pi mod. Okay, what does it do? And why am I scared? Alternative energy. Oh my god, I don't believe in alternative forms of energy. There's coal, and that's it. Getting rebalancing. Is it longer or shorter now? That's the real question that we've all got to ask about Pi. Oh god. Okay. How easy is it to make railbox, by the way? Not actually very difficult. Steel rod, steel beam, gravel, and plastic. Stars a lot of burner stuff. They expel ashes. Oh, for fuck's sake, mate! No! No, 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 no! Oh, that mod is hateful. Mod is so mean. Oh. They added 3 intermediate sciences to make the progression smoother. It's longer, but smoother. Yep, alright. That long pause was me deciding whether I wanted to make a very off-color joke, and I decided no. Which, honestly, I'm kind of proud of myself on that one. Longer, smoother, like how Brain's playing it. Yeah. Oh, hello. You're not carrying any trains. Thank you for trying. What is it lacking? It is lacking this, which is steel gears. Okay, I'm seeing steel gears being a problem a second time now. Let's go sort it out. Well, okay, no, let's go set up the standard turbines. Because if you're going to set up everything, might as well set up everything now, right? 4 new sciences. Oh, the short pre-read science. Doesn't the red science take 20 hours to build anyway? Like, I don't know. I could be wrong on that one. But I've heard it's not an easy start. Oh, goodness. That's horrible. I mean, I'd still want to play it. One day. I don't know when. One day. Okay. Turbine. Can you remind me who my turbines are, please? They are... No, that's the wrong one. You messed up, Seif. Try again. Oh, it's over there, is it? Okay. Yeah, I know how to get to that. It's nice to start playing with your old deck. Yeah, I've checked a couple of times to see if you're playing C block, and I've been sadly disappointed. Oh, I've broken things. I've broken things. You try to have fun making new deck. I mean, I've been playing around new decks. Generally, choose the format first, and you want to be going standard alchemy, and then it shouldn't be too difficult. But just keep in mind, like, the game does try to make deck creation easier for you, which is kind of nice of it. But it's still a process. Ah, steel gears again. I am seeing a trend of steel gears being a problem in this factory, which probably should have been resolved quite some time ago. But it was not. Alright, and a turbine 2, pick. And there. Me, some mods become across the game, make the game so complex it's no longer fun. I mean, yeah, I guess that's kind of what some mods are. In some way, I'd almost say that's what this mod is, but at the same time, I am enjoying myself. So, I don't know. Yeah. Veldak, that's actually a really good way to play the game as well. Like, use the cards that you've seen before and gone, oh man, that card looks like someone else had really good fun. I want to use that card. And sometimes that's how I find cards, because I don't know all the cards. And then just sometimes I'm like, oh, what? That's bullshit. I didn't know that card existed. And then I know that card exists. And then I'm like, do I have any of those? I'm like, I've got one of those? I'd have 3 of those. The list of mods change from person to person. That is true. I mean, some people regard, like, any mods, like any of the total overhaul mods, is just too much. Some people regard base Factorio too much, which is fine. You know, everyone's entitled to their opinion, of course. Me, I like, whee! I like having all the complicated mods. That's just who I am. Beldeck, do I need to make like a YouTube video on how to learn MTG Arena? I wonder if that'd actually be useful for people. It's kind of a really shitty system sometimes. Maybe it would be useful. Would be useful. I think it might be useful for a few people, actually. That's what I'm sort of thinking. Like, not just you, but it might actually... Because if you're experiencing this problem, I guarantee that other people will be experiencing this problem as well. Also, I can get my pro-alchemy agenda across. I'll hate my pro-alchemy agenda. I don't care. I'm pro-alchemy and I'll fight anyone who says that alchemy sucks. I won't actually fight them. Like, they are, of course, entitled to their opinion, which is kind of a catchphrase that I say these days, it seems. Oh, grab all the yield modules. Do I care about energy efficiency? Not really, actually. Having a balanced mana curve is important. It can be, but it really depends what sort of deck you've got. Okay. Yeah, just make a series of videos on how to get started with Magic Arena. I just don't know if... I mean, I guess there's probably some requirements in it. Maybe I'll just see if there's actually... Like, Google the same thing myself and see if anyone actually has made that already. If it's any good. Clunk. Clunk. Okay, so steel is the problem. For multiple reasons. First off, one of the problems might be that steel needs to be mined more. Mine your steel. But we do have enough of these. So the first problem might be I would like these to be a production rather than... Hey, Shrubbery General, thank you very much for the raid of 4 people. Welcome, welcome everyone. How is everyone doing today? Thank you, Velix, sorting out the raid. I am SeiferKatt, and we are playing Nullius, a mod that does not like you. Maybe it does like you, but it's very tsundere about it. It is a prequel to Factorio, and there's a lot going on. It is a big technology tree. Hello, Shane. Welcome. There's a very big production chain. There is a lot going on, and yeah, it takes some time. Factory is going well, thank you very much. And Darkwood is not something I'm aware of. Darkwood is free this week? Okay. I'm not aware of that game. I hope that it's good. There's a lot of things on screen. My screen or just screens in general? A weird question, Steve. Could you have worded that less weird, please? Yeah, so I am... Yeah, on my screen. I am many hours into this mod. Just started, so you're not sure yet. So basically, if you don't know Factorio, I'm going to assume at a glance you may not. Factorio is a game where you make production chains. So, you know, you start with basic iron. Don't worry about what you're saying. You start with things like basic iron. There it is. It's being mined. Most of it's blank right now. And the iron then gets refined into different types of iron. This is a mod. It is a total conversion mod. So this is the normal game is way more simpler than this. And then the iron you make gets converted into other things, and then you make stuff, and eventually you leave the planet. This mod is, as I said, a total conversion. It has made everything, I would say, 10 times more complicated, maybe 20. No, the base game isn't easy, but this is just painful. But Factorio players do love Factorio, and if it's something that's interesting you, don't worry about the difficulty. There is a demo on Steam. It is a good demo. It really is. It is a demo that really wants you to love it. You know, and like a hardcore version of Astroneer. I haven't played Astroneer, but maybe. Free demo, absolutely. You don't want to have a paid demo. That'd be ridiculous. Sorry, I got distracted by that gentle joke, that gentle ribbing. And there was a good community around it. Yeah, that's true. But, I mean, it is just a very good game on its own. So... Astroneer, I think, is somewhat similar. But I could be wrong, as I've never really played Astroneer. But I've heard good things about Astroneer. But as I said, this is a total conversion mod, and my factory is somewhat large. Let's take the train stations off for a second because it's kind of confusing that way. Somewhat large. I've got trains going everywhere sometimes when they feel like it. I've got a train jam here. Trains are going. They're doing their thing. Trains look all right now, mostly. Of course, I spent hours fixing it, and then the trains fix themselves. The usual wind factory is like 1/10 the size. That is true, yeah. So don't be too intimidated by this. I have got 2,000 hours in the game. I am a glutton for punishment. So I go out of my way to hurt myself in this game. You know, I think a lot of people do that in these games where they've played a lot. Sounds like Subnautica. Subnautica is a little bit more survival. But yeah, you can make that comparison. It wouldn't be entirely wrong. Subnautica is not about producing things so much as... that's all right. You can come by any time, Shrubbery. Thank you. Thank you. When you get around to it. All right, we're going to don the mask because I've been told to. So for those who have not seen the mask before, this is the cat mask. You look like a fool, you might say. And yes, I look like a fool. Not much I can do about that. That's just who I am as a person. Just throwing shade at myself now. But yeah. So sometimes I wear the cat mask because people tell me to. And that's just life. But yeah, as I said, Factorio is a good game. It is honestly one of my favorites. And it is definitely worth checking out the demo. If this looks... Don't worry about the scariness of it. As I said, a lot of this is all built from scratch. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. This is all built from scratch. Everything that is in here is something I've put down. So if you come in after 200 hours, of course, it's going to be like, what is going on? But, you know, I don't know why we've gone to like a very Scooby-Doo-esque voice there, but sometimes you go into a Scooby-Doo-esque voice. I can't control that. Do we have beacons? We do have beacons. Can we stop? No. No, we cannot. Well, good. I don't think we need to. Satisfactory is close. Yeah, Satisfactory is very close. Zoinks! Zoinks indeed. Now these can probably be speed. Oh, well, we're gonna put that there. Check out the demo on check. You know something about checking. Yeah, but you also know something about wrecking, because you never check yourself before you wreck yourself. Told you to a million times, and you're always wrecking yourself. Okay, so what I would like to do is probably get into my car, and I would like to improve my iron mines because they're getting a little sad. They're a little bit mined out, and we're just gonna crash into a rock. That's pretty normal actually for me. Driving is pretty bad in this game. It's one of the few things in this game that I'm like, But that's okay, you don't really need to drive that often. Okay, so what we're gonna do, here's my new plan. Got these cargo wagons, right? Pause for a sec. We need to pull the cargo wagons off, okay. The weirdest thing I've ever said. Excuse me while I pull a cargo wagon off. Ah, crud bunnies. Oh, goodness. Okay, don't mind what's happening here. We've just got stupidness that has happened. What? Okay. Yeah, unfortunately it's cooking off the wrong ones. Okay. Are we good now? No. G connects, great. That was dumb as heck, but that's alright. No, can you not connect those, please? Not what I want. I'm just fighting with the interface for a second using a thing that you never really do. Okay. God. Stop. I have reached a new hell that I've never experienced. Usually you don't upgrade train carriages. It's not a thing you do in base game, so I don't think they ever really thought about that. And channels have those emotes, really? Interesting. That is the exact same emote. Someone's copying someone. You're on that one. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to fuel this train up. Because it's a thing you got to do. Go to drop, please. And this train can just stay where it is just for the moment. Ah! It's an emote pack that has been downloaded. That makes sense. That makes sense. That's a pre-made emote pack. Okay, there is no sinister business going on here. That does make sense. Okay, so hopefully this will improve my throughput a little bit. You had 3 custom emotes you made. I want to see them. Yeah, alright, let's go. Let's go with it. What you got? What you got, Shane? Okay, so these trains are going to move a lot slower than they used to. That's okay. You will improve that over time. Sadly, I did not make those emotes. Well, not sadly, I commissioned them. I guess that's something, right? Cute. Those are cute. Nice. Well done. Did you draw those yourself? I've only made 2 emotes for myself, and you can tell which ones they are because they're the bad ones. Why, this looks like it was done by a child. Yep, that's my emote. Okay, so these are probably going to be a lot slower. That's 50. I'm intrigued to see how quickly this loads up. We yeah, this is an interesting world we've put ourselves into now. Because it's going to take it won't take that long to refill. Okay, so we need to find more iron, and not rapidly, but certainly soon. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I need more train stops and rails. I really should build more rails in the network, but we haven't done that yet. First off, I got to Austin Powers myself on a train, on a bloody pole. Which, there's probably a better phrase for that. Austin Powersing yourself on a bloody pole sounds like a really bad phrase that I don't ever want to say again, despite I just said it twice. I don't want to say it anymore. Okay, well, I think it's time to crapbox some things. Crapboxing is when I've got a bunch of things in my inventory that I really don't want, and nor can I really be bothered finding a home for them. So I just chuck them in a box and never see them again. Groovy. Yeah. mask was covering up my bottom toolbar and I couldn't see it. And though. Yeah. Awesome. And we probably can ditch some of these, because quite frankly, I just don't think we need that many of them. Yes, okay, so finally I would like to... Oh, I need some train stops. Just one stack of them should do for now. We're going to need some rail signals. And we're going to need some miners. Which I think at this point we're going to run out of... Well, damn near everything, actually. That's still cool. Like, you know, good on you for making yourself some emotes. What did I do? Just take 4 stacks of those? That's probably too much. Probably fine. And then some miners. What are we doing for poles? Poles are fine. Furnace is where I was running. I want miners. They're down here. The problem is this part of the base, actually have no idea what's anywhere, and this part of the base is an absolute cluster truck of things happening. I wish this part of this base was designed better, but it's never going to be designed better because at this point, this part of the base has been abandoned quite thoroughly. Don't you worry about it. It's all good. Thank you for the consideration, though. Yeah, I appreciate the fact that you realized later. Hang on, that was kind of self-promoting. I didn't see it as that, but that's all right. Don't you worry about it. Because we were talking about emotes. It makes sense, you know. Okay. So while I'm here, actually the lubricant situation, we can probably start looking at that. Gotta get a handle on that lubricant situation, but it's slippery. Cannot. I would like to probably change those to yields. Yeah, that's all right. I understand. Okay. So hopefully that helps a little bit. Slows it down a bit, but it increases the efficiency by like an extra 3% or something. I would have to take a guess, probably came in with Shrubbery. Shrubbery was playing a different game. Right. We'll find Factorio in our different ways. Shrubbery! Not just a regular shrubbery, we're talking about a general shrubbery. Bud Wizard raided Shrubbery and Shrubbery raided here. Ah, so you sort of you're on a raid train, aren't you? And choo choo. Okay, this is not a lot, but it'll. Oh, whoa, 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 what? There's some like friggin' volcanic gas over here that I just didn't know about. That's cute. All right. Yeah. Keep researching. That's gonna give us 10 extra slots. That's very exciting. Just that idea. Okay, so that's going to mine that out eventually when it feels like it. Might need to go get more miners before we're done here, but that's all right. Yeah, these are looking hard. sleep much, so you gotta find something to keep you occupied. It is 7:40. Oh, you're in Scotland. Excellent. I don't know if we've got any Scots here, do we? I mean, prior. Okay, so at that, we have run out of large miners, but that's okay. What we can do is we can go down here, probably pull apart these ones that are done. Those ones, they're not doing anything. Pull them apart. Take them for the rest of the factory. Okay, you not want to do that? Oh, I see. We had the bots. They were lost. Okay, so the edges typically get drained out first. I'm not quite sure either. Seems excited about it, doesn't he? Very passionate. Ah, yes. 11. That's alright, as skets go, it's not the worst one to get referred to immediately. See it as a Kiwi. And, you know, managing their decks. Okay, so this one's almost tapped out, I think. That's right. We will take what we can from it, because it's ours to do that with. It's all right. That's what these are for, right? They're for tapping out. It's my resources, and I'll do with them as I damn well please. Oh dear. Okay. I think with that we should have the resources to finish off that other one. That's good. That's convenient. Box the belts. Idea. That'll save me some room. Not enough room. No, I don't have... I think we're crap boxing some things. Just gently. Just gentle crap boxing. Because it seems like we've got some things here that we just don't need. Actually, we could probably box the pipes as well. That down there for the moment. Box the pipes. That down. Fine. I need a bigger chassis. We're working on it. We're working on it. Yeah, we probably don't need 32 chemical plant ones. How do you know which cards in your deck are in alchemy? You want to turn into a standard deck? Change your deck format from alchemy to standard, and then everything that goes red is an alchemy. I think it might be everything, because I think they... I don't know quite what they're doing there, actually. Okay. So that should resolve some of those problems. And are we good? Yeah. As good as we're going to get. And we're going to probably change it like this. Like Phasmophobia? I've seen Seth playing it, but I haven't really understood why it's scary. I just keep seeing like noises happen, and I'm like, doesn't seem too bad. But, you know, I'm still not going to play it because I don't want to do that to myself. Years ago, I did have. Oh, you played with Seth yesterday, did you? Excellent. That's why you were playing it, I guess. That makes sense. All right. Let's get rid of some of these. Rid of the cliffs. Thank you, robots. I appreciate your enthusiasm. I could also bring them down to here, but I don't think I want to. No, I don't think I want to. No, I don't think I will. I'm gonna do. Oh, actually. Oh, can you please stop, please? Sir, can you please stop? Thank you. Carry on. Alright, so what I'm wondering now is, does this mean that my iron lasts longer? No, not really. Okay, well. I was hopeful. I was hopeful and I was let down. We'll disconnect that real quick. Don't worry, we'll connect it back up right now. For anyone thinks I'm going to leave it like that. I mean, it does sound like something I would do on a regular basis, but... Hey! What's up, Soulburn? Wrong side? Really? Not the wrong side. No? Belt I added. Add a belt. Yeah, I was wondering if that was the case. The curved belt. Oh, the train track. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Quite right. Yeah, so Veldak is learning Arena. Because I am a bad influence on him. Yeah, I was wondering if most of the cards would be, say, like, going into Alchemy. Steve does do secret MTG Arena streams, that's true. I was actually thinking about doing a regular MTG stream tomorrow because I don't feel like going straight into Darkest Dungeon just yet. And we've got to continue our Swarm Shambler challenge, which I've got some plans for. I got some plans to improve my Swarm Shambler deck. Is it a Swarm Shambler deck? I don't really know. Hey Hellbait, the stream's going well, thank you. We have, in theory, made level 2 locomotives. In theory. Have we actually made them? It's questionable. Dankest Dungeon, indeed. That's where I was thinking of going next. Don't 100% know if that is what I'm going to do, but I'm thinking about it. I'm going to go limit train 1. Well, I mean, Arena is pretty good, and Arena doesn't cost money, unless you get into it, like, and go nuts with it, but you don't have to. I mean, this is the sort of shit that got Veldak into the wormhole that he's in now, me being like, yeah, Arena's alright. I mean, I spent some money on Arena, but I didn't have to. I chose to. That's what all victims say, right? That's alright. You can listen. Good, man. That makes you happy. Oh yeah, no. The physical cards, that's the obsession that you gotta be watching out for. Especially these days. They are really getting predatory with the physical card game. Which is really sad, but... I mean... Gosh, I know this is like... If you are a Magic fan, you would have heard about this. Or if you've just like been aware of Magic in the last few days, you'd be aware of this. But for their 30th anniversary, they are doing packs of Magic that are like reprints of the second set. So they're not like they're functional reprints, but at the same time they're not tournament legal. Okay, and so you can buy a box of 4 packs, so randomized packs. If you don't know how much these are costing, think of an amount in your head. Okay, think about how much 4 packs of Magic cards that are randomized would cost. Think of the highest limit you'd pay. Okay, now that number you have thought is way, 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 way too low. Okay? Feel free to put your guess in chat, because I will reveal this if you do not know. How much they're charging for 4 packs of Magic that aren't even tournament legal to celebrate the 30th year of Magic. What do you think is a reasonable price? $100 USD. You know what? That's reasonable. I mean, it's expensive, but I mean, you know, it's an anniversary thing. I mean, that makes sense. 300, a little bit pricey, but sure, reasonable-ish. The answer for 4 packs. No, that's not reasonable. I know it's not reasonable. But don't worry, because Glacier, you are 10 times off what they're actually charging. They're charging $1,000 for 4 packs that aren't even tournament legal. Now, yes, you could get a Mox or a Black Lotus, but they're not legal cards. They're not, like, they're just... They're just doing that. They're just... Yeah, I know. Fuck that shit, right? And this is what they're doing to celebrate the community of, like, 30 years of Magic. They're like, hey, $1,000 for 4 packs. It's just... Oh, no, 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 no. This is Wizards of the Coast. This is Wizards of the Coast making it. If you do not believe me, feel free to Google this. This is official. If you went eBay, like, if you eBayed, like, some alt arts, like some, you know, some fan-made cards, they would cost you less than these cards. And they're random. Don't think you pay more than $10 per pack? That is already a fairly high price. I would not pay more than, like, $5 a pack. Maybe $6. I don't even play the physical card game anymore, but... Yeah, as I said, the company's gotten rather predatory of late. And it's pretty shitty that they're charging that. Boxed iron ore, yeah, man. Oh, we've been doing this for a while. We've got one over here, we've got one over here. Oh, that one's almost tapped out. Probably change that to... Bauxite win. We've already got bauxite. It's, right here. Bauxite everything now. Cat. Yep. Cat's always boxed. Okay, we're going to change that to 1. Oh, thank you, Veldak, for giving the shout out to Maholic. Absolutely valid. They're trying to compete with how well Pokemon has taken off, exploded last year. Nah, Magic has been doing this some shady shit for the last few years. I mean, I like Magic as a game, but I really think, like, they've made it very clear that their goal with Magic is to boost their revenue numbers, and they've been succeeding because people are paying stupid amounts. And, you know, far be it for me to tell people how to spend their money, you know? Any of my business. Oh, hello, Dr. Doofin Raiders. Welcome, welcome, one and all. How's everyone doing today? That is not working right. Why not? Because just not. Welcome, everyone. Don't tell you how to spend your money. Okay, so you're going to spend $1,000 for 4 packs of Magic cards? Okay, up to you. How's everyone doing today? Hang on. Oh, goodness. Doof, thank you so much. And, Alec, thank you for giving the shout out to Dr. Doof. And thank you. Wow, thank you so much for the subs. And that also means I have to say meow, 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 meow. That's a weird tradition that I've started for myself, and I'm always going to regret it. Yeah, Veldak lurks everywhere, doesn't he? That's what Veldak does. He just hangs around. So, for those who don't know, I am SeiferKatt. Oh, thank you for following Shane. Really appreciate it. For those who don't know, I am SeiferKatt, and we are playing Nullius, which if you haven't played Nullius, this is a Factorio prequel where there is just way too many objects. It is possibly the longest mod I've played so far. It's not Pi, but it's, Veldak guided your raid today. Ah, Veldak, he'll do that to you. Thank you, Veldak, for guiding the raid. The number of items did your head in, yeah. So, for those who have played Factorio before, allow me to show you my starter base. It's this, okay? While you gasp in shock and horror, maybe vomit a little, I'm going to put the mask on because Veldex told me to. Yeah, this was my starter base. It was... Oof. I know you've played Factorio. Surely you've played Factorio. Hang on, Doof. I'm pretty sure you do play Factorio, don't you? I'm sure I've seen you on there. The lies. I can't believe it. But you know what? For those who don't know Factorio, Factorio is a game, God, how do you describe Factorio? It's a game where you build stuff, you mine stuff, you turn that mine stuff into other stuff, and eventually you leave the planet. It doesn't look as scary right now. I assure you it's not as scary as it looks right now, but if it's a game that does interest you, albeit with the difficulty turned down, it has a free demo on Steam, so it is definitely important. Does Doof have a report named after him? He is being very sneaky today, isn't he? Yeah. Factorio players are very enthusiastic about Factorio. That's the one thing you got to know about them. They are crazy enthusiastic about it. I being one of them. It is the game that I have the most hours in, with 2,000 hours. Clearly nothing compared to Doof. Compared to probably a lot of other people. Industrial Sims with an end goal. Yeah, sure. It's mining, it's manufacturing, it's logistics, it's, you could say, a little bit akin to Satisfactory. I see that being a common sort of comparison. Oh yeah, there's a lot of engineering games these days, and I mean, Factorio is what they call it. Absolutely, they do. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of, like, I know that I can automatically remove them. There's just something calming about removing it yourself, you know? Congratulations, you did the work. You know, it feels like that's progression. Oh, Veldak, thank you so much for the 3 gift subs. Meow, meow, meow. So much. Victoria is what they called me in high school. I mean, that would be the nicest thing they could have called me in high school. Unfortunately, it is not. Alright, so one of the problems we had, which is why we were getting all the iron sorted out, is we were having a severe lack of steel gears. Type train closed. Just need one person to either give 100 bits or a gift sub. That's alright. They can if they wish. Okay, so we are making these things. which is good. If we have some beacons, we can probably improve things a little bit.
Thanks for your support.
Oh, thank you so much for the bits. Thank you very much for the bits, Zifu. Appreciate it. And hype train, I suppose. That's a thing that's happening. Thank you, everyone, for your support. I really do appreciate it. Honestly, does mean a lot to me. Okay, so level 3 hype train. What? I don't think I've ever been hype trained before, so I'm kind of like, what's going on? I'm afraid. But a man can only be brave when he's a man can only be truly brave when he's afraid. Okay. So, oh goodness gracious, guys. The hype train is actually happening. All right, Veldak, thank you for the 3 gifted subs. Meow, meow, meow. Sullivan, thank you for the 3 gifted subs. Meow, meow, meow. Oh goodness, the hype train is real. Yeah, thank you. So we are trying to make more steel gears because everything needs them. And I'm just kind of hoping that I'm rewarded for Nullius pain. Wow. Only I could be rewarded for pain this often. No, that'd be really bad for me. That'd be like some really bad cause and effect situation. I don't really want to get involved. Oh, I have to be like, why are you hurting yourself? You don't understand. I'm being rewarded for it. She wouldn't be keen on that one. Probably for good reason too. I already hurt myself like to try and amuse her sometimes. It doesn't work. She's learned not to laugh. Went to the doctor for your Nullius pain? Probably a good idea. Why do we have so much water in here? Guys, what's going on here? That train is... Okay, so one of the problems that we have in our base is we've got this intersection, and this intersection is kind of the... They ought to use some vanilla, excellent. This intersection is kind of the midway point of the base. It connects all parts of the base, and it only allows one train through it at a time. It's not good. I once tried to improve it, and I think I actually made it worse. So my solution to fixing the problem, rather than actually fixing the problem, was just to try and make faster trains so that at least they get out of the way faster. It's not the best plan, but it's the plan that I have. Yeah. More trains will fix it. Oh look, trust me, more trains is exactly what we're doing. Don't you worry. There's one thing I know. Oh, Veldak. Whoa, Veldak, thank you so much for the 10 months. Oh goodness. 10 months? That means 10 meows. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow. Here too. Wow, thank you so much. Thank you. Oh goodness. And we got a level 5 hype train. Goodness. I'm kinda freaking out, but that's alright. We gotta keep going. We gotta keep going. That's what Factorio is about, right? I'm not researching anything. Foolish. Okay, we are about to hit a new problem. If we don't make battery 2s or androids very soon, just run into that for no reason, then we are going to start getting delayed on my sciences. So we did do most of the work for Android 2s. Android 1s. So I guess that's what we're going to do. Now, chassis 3 is probably the biggest problem as a solid. Let's just start working on the chassis, shall we? You know it's going to be a problem? Titanium plate. You know what? Can we do something with titanium plate? It is always the question one must ask. Am I Australian? No, I'm a Kiwi. A New Zealander, if you will. Yeah, absolutely a Kiwi. But the accents are similar, as much as most Kiwis refuse to acknowledge. Sorry, I'm going to take the mask off. I can't see a damn thing wearing that mask. Gosh, it's very warm today as well. But yeah, I am a Kiwi / New Zealander. Yeah, that's a similar thing. Like some Kiwis get really like frustrated when they're like, "No, I'm not Australian." That's actually just a very bad. I don't know what accent that was, but also saying Australian is actually the most Australian thing I've ever done. But they don't like it, and that's why you. That's why you should always call a Kiwi Australian because they hate it. They get so mad. There was a time in my life where I guess I just wanted to start fights with people. Right. And I would just say, you know what? New Zealand might as well just be part of Australia. God, I almost got into a fist fight with someone because of that. Not because I wanted to fight them, but because I said it. Then I had to run. So I got real mad. Yeah, so we do talk about our magic decks a lot. I do talk about magic, and I talk about my decks whenever possible. Because, you know, you gotta talk about your deck. Otherwise, what are you doing? And no, I'm not doing a bit when I say it. That's how I say the word deck. But some people hear me saying something else. How large is my deck? It changes size depending on the day. I usually like to keep it a reasonable, modest size. Sorry, no, I did that intentionally. My deck is a reasonable size. Sometimes it does grow a little bit bigger than I expected to, but you know, no one ever looks and goes, "That's a huge deck." They go, "That's reasonable, yeah." Emus are Australian. You're thinking moas, which are long dead. Okay, so now we've got to do the section of the stream which is called What the Shirt. The most dangerous New Zealand animal is the human. So What the Shirt is where I talk about the shirt that I'm wearing today. So, oh, you can sort of see it there. So let's do the theme music, which goes do. What the Shirt. Oh, it's going to do that. Please don't do that for everything. Please don't do this. You know what? I'm going to do this. We're just going to turn off the overlay for a second. No, we're going to turn off the overlay for a second. All right, that's fine. So, What the Shirt. Cats. Just. Okay, so we've got cats in a box today. I always like to talk about the shirt that I'm wearing, so there's just 4 little cats in a box. Look at them. They're adorable. Cute little cats. So that's today's shirt. It is wife approved, and by that I mean she got me the shirt and also option you mentioned last time, the refresh stuff. I should look into that. Yes, you're quite right. But I haven't done that yet. Let's go away. Stop. Please. I should look into that. I like the fact that if I go, oh, cats. Cats in the box and the silver spoon. Streamer is driving around like a loon. Alright. Everyone... anything bigger than a handful... Well, remember the rules. You can't have a deck bigger than you can shuffle in 2 hands. Okay? Any game where you put things into boxes. Alright. This is a storm-based deck. Now we've got to call it the correct thing. It is a black deck. A game where you put things into boxes. Interesting question. So what the game we talk about board games that are behind me, and I'm actually thinking about what is a game that you do put things into boxes, and I'm actually struggling. Think of one. I mean, oh, you know what? I've got one. I'll grab this one out. We're gonna grab the. Oh, geez, I picked up the heavy box. That was a mistake. All right. I was gonna do that again. Stop, please. Stop, for the love of God. Okay. Anyway, the game that I've picked up is Galaxy Trucker. Put things in boxes because that's how you get cargo. And it's a very heavy box because it is full of all the expansions. Oh, goodness. My arms are already weak today, and that did not help. Alright, stop. Don't do it. Yes, the blue enchantment that gives you a win if your deck is over... what is that? Fate of... something of wits? Battle of wits? Fate of wits? Fit? Fit wits? I don't remember what it's called. Butt kicking. Oh, goodness! I've seen the New Zealand decking advert. I have indeed. Yes, don't worry. They would not let me exist without seeing that. Alright, I'm a little bit concerned about this titanium situation. So let's see what we can do about improving titanium. What is my favorite video game of all time? I mean, I assume when you say that you mean that's not Factorio, because let's be honest, Factorio does consume 95% of my life. But that isn't Factorio? Ooh, that's a very good question. I mean, I have a miniature giant space hamster. Butt kicking for goodness is the line that you get when you follow. Oh, sorry. Can anyone answer? I mean, gosh, that is a very, very, very tough question. I don't know what I'd answer. I'm gonna go more of a series of games than a single game, and I'm probably gonna say XCOM just because I really like the formula for XCOM games. But it doesn't really mean I play a lot of XCOM, I just really love the formula. Ape Escape. Man, really? Just love Ape Escape, huh? Health Trucker reminds you of the infernal contraption, the sense of building a chaotic mess of a machine or ship. I mean, yeah, I can see why I like that. Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, very good game. Yeah. Baldur's Gate 2 is still very, very good. I've got a friend who's actually playing through Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 at the moment. It is a little bit. So you build your ship and it's all good and all fun, and then what happens is you stop building your ship and let's never make this work unless it's less than, say, 50,000. So yeah, the game is a very interesting game. You build your ship and then you send your ship into the wilderness and it'll probably explode. Your ship will be destroyed, and if you don't like your things being destroyed, oh god, now we're just talking about good games, aren't we? I mean, see, if we're going to talk about games that were just amazing experiences, I'm going to go into weird places with this because, like, there are some games that I'm just like, oh, such an amazing experience that I'd never repeat. Kerbal Space Program? A little bit, but the design is that you probably will be destroyed, and it's not so scientific. But yeah, Kerbal Space Program is probably not the worst one to go. I've never really gone to Kerbal Space Program. Now, Outer Wilds, Solburn, you know my love for Outer Wilds is great. I adore that game with every essence of my being. I love Outer Wilds. It's just such a delightful game. And I'm sad that I can never play it again. That is the saddest part of Outer Wilds. Oh, you've played Outer Wilds? Well, I guess you're done playing Outer Wilds then, aren't you? Like, I mean, I guess I could try and speed run it, but I mean, Elden Ring, see games that make you experience things you'll never experience again. Yeah, Elden Ring, I never finished, but Outer Wilds, just, man, it's such a beautiful game. Like, everything about it is just wonderful. The DLC was great as well. Was it as good as the base game? No, but it was still very good. And I'm not going to talk shit about Outer Wilds because how dare I? Subnautica? Yeah, Subnautica was fine. I like Subnautica. No Outer Wilds, you know? Yeah, we really need to get this titanium situation under control. PlayStation 1 era for back in the day. I mean, yeah, I guess it's a back in the day. I mean, when I say back in the day, I'm talking about like Commodore 64. You own Outer Wilds? I haven't played it? I mean, if you like games where exploration is the main thing, it's very, very good. I would never want to stream Outer Wilds. Like, if I was playing it for the first time, I wouldn't want to stream it. If I was playing it for the second time, I couldn't stream it. Because I just don't want to ruin that experience for anyone. And I know people will be like, well, I want to play it this way. It's like, no, I want you to enjoy, I want you to play the game. I don't know who you are right now, but I want you to enjoy the game for how it is, because it's so beautiful. It is just such a beautiful game in every sense of it. And there's a wonderful mystery and a wonderful story, and flying around the ship I loved. Some people didn't. Atari was your first console? Oh, that's a nice console.
Thanks for your support.
Hit that follow button or else I will post more burger photos and make you all hungry.
That is a warning that I think that man's going to keep, by the way. Like, that's a threat that I think he's actually going to follow through with. It's a warning to everyone. But you don't have to. Just because Valdak says it doesn't mean you have to do it. Do what you want, people. But he will post burger photos. Like, I actually do genuinely believe he will do that. Man is unhinged. You can't stop him. I've never played the Atari. Like, it's... I think it was a little bit before my time. Not too far, but just a little bit. Alright, yeah. The answer is maybe. No, I don't think it ever I don't think the Atari ever sort of came up in my gaming life. Like the Dreamcast. I'm honestly not convinced the Dreamcast was real. Just because people say it was real, I just don't think it was. By the way, that's another phrase that gets people in a fighting mood, so if that upsets you, don't worry, that was my intention. Must be early 30s. Oh, my oof. Are you flirting with me now? Early 30s. Woo! Steve not early 30s. Steve is late 30s. I've been gaming since 88. But, you know, not in America, New Zealand. That probably changes some of the situations, I guess. Okay, what is my plan here? We want to make this stuff. It's going to put out lime, which I don't really want. What is my plan here? My plan is to be awesome. Okay, good. Good start to a plan, I suppose. In 24 years, we have 3 OG Rayman. Not Rayman Raving Rabbids. Game that made Rabbids big, but not Rayman. Yeah, see, again, New Zealand was not a big console country until like the PlayStation. At least as far as my knowledge goes. I was always PC. So Amiga, oh sorry, Commodore 64, Amiga, that's what I grew up with. I've got a lot of shit here in my inventory that I don't know what I'm doing with, by the way. We're just going to do this real quick. Because I think we're going to have to fix, like, break down some of this. And we're going to change the name of the station. Good. Name. Very memorable. Memorable, rather. Actually... I did play SeiferKatt on a friend's computer. Dragon 32? I don't even know what a Dragon 32 is. I've never heard of such a thing. You know what? We will actually keep that. But I think we're going to dismantle this. I think this is what we're going to change the name of forever. Okay, so what my plan is maybe we build it... Don't know where I'm going to build it. Amiga 1000. Huh. I don't know what the Amiga 1000 is. Okay, so rutile is produced in two places. Up here, which is looking pretty pathetic right now, probably due to the lack of stone. Oh, lemmings, what a game. Okay. I'm gonna pick up all this crap first. We'll drop some things that, quite frankly, we shouldn't be carrying around anymore. Played lemmings on a monochrome screen. Oh no. That's my best lemmings reference. I hope you enjoyed it. Okay, so we've got a lot of stone that we've got to deal with somewhere. Meow. What is it? What am I eating? Is it sea for snacks? What is it? The grapes? I don't have to eat all the grapes? I don't think you understand. I know, I eat all these grapes and then my stomach will hurt. I like how you trust me that I'm not going to eat all the grapes. You know my seafood diet. Radish things. No, they were lemmings. Okay, so where is the stone? I remember there was a problem with stone, but I literally... Okay, I remember where it is now. So I've been given grapes as a snack. Lemmings was good stuff. That was an old game. It was really good. I mean... Indeed, I have been soul burned. Amanda came by and she said, don't eat too many grapes because I'll hurt my stomach, because I normally do that. But what she knows is that I refuse to listen to instructions when it comes to grapes. What they need to do with lemmings to improve it. Here's my genuine thoughts. By the way, genuine meaning troll thoughts. What we need to do is make a new lemmings, but rather than have it be all crappy with like interesting puzzles, add microtransactions. You know, you can like customize your lemmings. They're green grapes. Too many companies make the mistake of making lemmings a game about, you know, about puzzles, but it's not supposed to be about puzzles. It's supposed to be about just being really, just... Okay, we got problems. That wasn't what the game's supposed to be about, but... Okay. Don't mind this. This is a stopgap measure. This is a temporary fix, which, as we all know, is not going to be a permanent solution. But yeah, we just need to, like, customize your lemmings and have, like, customizable packs that cost, like, you know, nothing major, like maybe 40 bucks per costume. You want your lemmings to look like minions? You can do that. And there it is. I've made the perfect lemmings game. You're welcome. Anyway, that would be terrible. Temporary fixes are never permanent. They're kind of permanent. I got it. Don't worry. The important thing that matters is where the hell I'm going to build this next titanium thing. So let's actually think about this. Calcium chloride. Do we have a station for that? We do not. Maybe that's the first thing we should be doing. Getting a station for calcium chloride, or just calcium in general. Okay, calcium chloride is very, very, very easy to make. And I think we probably have a lot of it down here. So what we'll do is we'll put a train along here, make calcium chloride into a thing, into... Oh. Oh no. Okay. So you make calcium chloride by turning... Oh god. Or rather make calcium by turning calcium chloride into calcium. Okay, so it's a little bit incestuous, but that's alright. Okay, we're in no problem. We can't do any research anymore. Stuffed around for too long. Okay, another plan. Batteries, how long would that help us for? A little while. Okay, how do we make battery 2s? Most of this is pretty easy. The hard part... lithium. Sorry, did I say the hard part? Lithium's easy. We just need to get a shit ton of brine. Okay, and there's the problem. I have lithium? Did I get my train build finished? It's on hold. It's waiting for steel. It's happening. There's nothing more I can do about it right now. And I fixed steel. Steel is doing better. Suppose what I could do is actually get the medium assembler 3s and then... Actually, that's a really good idea. No. Let's do some more work. Do I have lithium? I don't think I have lithium. No, I don't. Okay. So, if you're new to here, know that one of my biggest weaknesses is getting distracted by things very quickly. Okay, that's probably fine. We'll worry about that in a moment. I'm very easily distracted. But I think that might be a case with regular Factorio players. Alright, Doof, well thank you so much for the raid, and thanks for coming by. I really appreciate it. What we're going to do is we're going to wait for that train to come by. In the right place, because that's not where the train's going to arrive. Absolutely, yeah. It is many, many moving parts, and this mod does not make it any easier. So, where is my medium assembler train? It's coming. It's coming by the fastest route, too. Active multitasking or being distracted? Depends how nice you feel to me right then, at that moment. I would say... being distracted. I'm clearly my own worst enemy on that one. At least iron is... I think these bigger trains is actually really helping out the iron manufactorum. Okay, you know what? I can just go up here and sort this shit out. I just come up here and I just take them, and I'll take those as well, because you shouldn't have those. You just go home now. Thank you very much for coming. Oh, okay, that's fine. The trains are slow. It didn't hurt. I'm really worried about the faster trains though, because they're going to do some real damage to me. Okay. Plan is we speed them up by doing this. Every time I hit a train. Okay. So I mean, the solution would be to stop hitting trains, obviously. So how are we going with iron, steel gearboxes? Your gearboxes? Yeah. Let's see. Has that really improved things that much? Okay. So, shifting things not so much, thank you. Yes. Alright. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming. Really appreciate having you here. And I'll see you next time. Yeah. So that should work things a little bit better. So now what we need is to make the lithium. We need a whole lot of shit, honestly. What do you do with salt? You turn salt into brine? I mean, not really. You turn brine, no. Untap 15 creatures to win game? What are you talking about? What card are you looking at? We need hydro plants and we need electrolyzers. Okay. And we need distilleries. Okay. Hydro plant, distilleries. I've got so many miners on me right now. Put those off. Sorry, I'm just really intrigued what you're talking about. Halo Fountain. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I have seen that card before. That was a weird one. To be able to do that means you do need to have 15 creatures to untap, but they don't have to be your creatures, unless I misread that. Then, I mean, how are you tapping down 15 of your opponent's creatures like that? There's a lot of questions to that strategy. It is a very questionable strategy at best, that one. But, you know, what you can do. Never really wanted to fix that train after I ran into it. Cute. It's 15 creatures you control? Never mind. I'll be honest, I didn't read the card that well. Okay, let's get these miners out of the way for now, because I don't want to carry them around. We also have some other things we can probably crap box. The cheese stands alone. The meat, on the other hand, has frequent visitors. Not, I am well versed in that cheese stands alone. They actually did print an like a non-un version of that. So, let me explain that what I just said for non-Magic players. They have what they call unsets. Started with Unglued, which was a comedy set. Now there's like multiple unsets now, like Unhinged, Unscrewed, you know. But I think Unscrewed's one, but yeah, they're all unsets, but they're all comedy sets to an extent. And there was a card called The Cheese Stands Alone, which the unglued set was. I mean, most of the unsets are actually pretty fun. I haven't had a chance to play them for a long time, but they're actually coming out with one fairly soon that actually has like cards in there that are actually legal for non-unset games, which I think is kind of funny. Just because they're like, yeah, people might want to play this game with their friends, like play these cards with their friends that aren't playing silly games. Like, the card is actually something they could do in Magic without being a comedy card. And they're like, well, why don't we just do it as a regular thing in Magic? So they did. Now, what happens to the brine here? The brine is what's being used. Damn it. Chaos Orb, Chaos Confetti. Yeah, exactly. I think the next set they're doing is about like a circus in space. The next unset. Previous one was like 60s like spy comedy thing. You know. I do know the lore of Chaos Confetti. They said it wasn't real, but maybe it was. Who bloody knows? I would say it's not. After you've destroyed your card, it's no longer a legal card. Sounds like a Spelljammer tie-in. It does, doesn't it, actually? Yeah, they said that they ripped up the card so that way it would affect more things. And it's a good story. I don't know if it's ever true, but you know, stories are fun. Stories are fun. Yeah. Okay. So we need to get brine. No, wait, you don't just get brine, do you? You gotta make saline water first. Oh, of course, it's a good story. It's a great story. One of the greatest. You know, early days of Magic stories are just like, what going on? What are you crazy fools up to? And you know, that was the fun of it back then. It was like wild. It was crazy. Who knew what was going on? You know, there was like, couldn't just look up what cards people had. You just like, you discover them. And you'd be like, what? There's a card that does that? That's bullshit, man. You'd be like, yeah, that was what Magic was. It was like wild. It was crazy. There was cards you've never seen before. I mean, of course, the internet changed all that, but 90s card games were all wild back then. That's true. They were valid. I mean, the 90s were a wild time in general, weren't they? Oh my god, yeah, 90s Netrunner. I've seen that in passing. I've never played it, obviously. I only played, like, the reboot. I've played some of the Battletech game. That, interesting game. Wasn't really a fan. Like, a bunch of friends and I were, like, playing on Tabletop Simulator because we just decided to get into Battletech for a while. Yeah, interesting game. It was fine. The reboot kept most of the original stuff for Netrunner. I mean, with changes, of course, but yeah. It was fine. I mean, there's stuff in the original Netrunner that's just like, wow, that looks crap. That's fine, like, it's the 90s, you know? It's like if you looked at Magic art from, like, the original set today, you'd be like, yeah, there's stuff there that looks crap. But that's okay. Different art direction. Mechanics-wise, yeah, more or less it was the same. You're right, you're right. 5,000 per second. What's 5,000 per second times 60? I'll figure it out as soon as my calculator wants to open. You times 60, 30,000. Okay, that's enough. So that gives me... The art was literally Cyberpunk 2020. Yeah, because that's what it was based off. It was Cyberpunk 2020. Like, that was the universe it was based in. Whereas the reboot was based in the Android universe, which was Fancy Flight's, proprietary universe. Which, it's fine. But it's very much like that 90s art, the Max Headroom type stuff. Not that I've ever seen Max Headroom, but, I'm aware of it. You can basically have that, which is not great. Yep. I don't know if this is going to work, quite frankly. I don't know if it's going to make enough. And then we hydroplant it to make lithium chloride. Is lithium chloride used for anything else? No, okay. So we want to get rid of the fresh water. Fresh water is dumb. Next modem in the mainframes. Sounds like a kind of cool name. I've never watched Phineas and Ferb, but yeah, people do like it. And this is another thing that we just need to dump the fresh water into the ocean. It's fine. It's water. It doesn't harm anything. Because fish aren't real. I mean, yet. Fish will be real another day, but not today. And then we make the lithium. God, I do not feel like this is enough here. So enough for 6 of those. Okay. Let's try that again. Is that right? Oh, actually, no, hang on. That's right, yeah, hang on, that is right. So, no. No, we can easily double that. And then we're going to make batteries, but that shouldn't be too difficult. So let's try that again, shall we? Yeah. That is good. That is good. I'm happy with that. We might need to do some adjustments with the pipes and pipe work and all that, but we'll figure that out later. More, what I'm trying to do right now is just get it happening. Okay, so then it's going to get salt. Yep, I feel that. And saline water. Now, I guess the fun thing about saline water is we actually do use saline water, don't we? Yeah, so we can twist that back around. Oh goodness, and then we need to figure out what to do with it. Okay, that's fine. As long as we make something, that's still progress. So that's going to be saline water there, right? Okay, well, let's do this. Just make another one. And we'll worry about that later. Let's just actually make a lot more of these. Probably result in more of these. Because if we... Oh, wait, because they're making saline water. As we build more... Actually... I've broken my head. That uses brine makes saline, and that uses saline. So brine is fine, but saline... Right, but if we add more of these... Okay. Love this mod. How do we feel about this now? Who knows? Still making too much brine and not enough saline. Okay, you know what? That's probably fine. I'm not... I've just reached the point where I don't care anymore. That's a good place to be. Okay, and that's going to help? Probably. And then we need to figure out what the hell we're doing with the salt. So, salt, okay, which we can get the fresh water, get fresh water from the wells, okay. Then we need to get separate water just to make this work. Yeah, that sounds about right. What is the middle point of this? So there is 20... Hello, welcome, Satanic Potatoes and Party. How's everyone doing today? Welcome to the 9 viewers. How's everyone doing? Just gonna go for the shout out there. Welcome. I spelled that correctly. Dyson Sphere program. Ah, fellow factory builder, I see. Not the same factory, but a factory nonetheless. How's the Dyson Sphere going? Okay, so that will produce some things. We'll have salt. Definitely have salt. I can't deny that. Salt going out that way, and we'll figure out what to do with the salt later. For those who don't know, I am SeiferKatt, and we are playing Nullius, which is a very long Factorio mod with way too many products, and it basically makes me regret playing it almost every day. I stream it, so that's fun. But it's okay. It's okay. Just a lot of stuff, a lot of things to build, and it's not really user friendly. Well, it's not that it's not user friendly. I think it's just an angry little mod. Running out of one thing to then running out of the next thing. Yeah, that's a factory game for you, isn't it? Okay, so it's going to make 25 salt for every one of those, and then 1 lithium chloride. The thing that I'm really wanting. Okay. And then with the lithium chloride, we turn that into lithium, and You know what, let's just power this up and see what happens. We can, you know, fix things as we go once it gets started. The old bottlenecks, 2 more rise to take its place. Yeah. El Hydra, right? So everything should start to be made. It's fun nonetheless. Exactly. I mean, I'd like to think I wouldn't do this if I didn't enjoy it to some degree. And mostly, I'm pretty sure I'm enjoying myself. There are times that I'm not so sure, but usually... Oh, whoop, no. Like 95% of the time I'm enjoying myself. And you know what, those are good odds, those are good numbers. Fresh water, we probably do need to get rid of a little bit more fresh water than that. Planetcrafter never has a breathable atmosphere. Oh. I haven't played Dyson Sphere Program. This is something I do want to give a go one time too, but it's just... So far it's just not something that I've needed to... Well, like actually played. I do want to play it though. ESP enemies are soon. Try it then. Ah, yes. One thing that I always think a game needs for enemies. Okay. There's the lithium and there's a lot of salt. Trust me, I'm feeling a lot of salt right now. Boxed ores are my current nemesis. No, boxed ores are okay. They're doing fine. The radar down, I think, actually. Most of it is working. Well, when the enemies come out, it's not like I'm going to be the only ones dealing with it, so it'll be fine. I'm not too worried. But Tish, yeah, story of my life, right? Okay, salt. Get rid of the salt, and then we can start figuring out what to do. So, if we can get some of this, and then some of this. And then we can go that. It makes seawater. Okay, I don't care about seawater. Yeah, it's about right. It'll get through 120 per minute. How much do you guys make when you get going? About 440. Okay, so if we do... That's off like Factorio, mining, or coal, copper. Yeah, what you want in life, right? If we do, say, 4 of these? And then we're just going to dump it in the ocean, because that's the sort of person I am. By the ocean, I mean just this part here. Straighten it up a little bit. I mean, a lot of factory games are very similar for the first like little bit, right? I'm not saying they're all exactly the same, but you know, you've always got to mine, you've always got to hit a tree. Friggin' trees. What they ever do for me? Nothing. Kind of wish I hadn't put them just there. We can squidge them in just one more, I think. Squidge them in one more. Does look good. now. That'll get rid of the salt. Okay, good. You're no longer being assaulted by this all of this, rather. Actually, we do need one more. My boy. Yeah, the good news is, look, it's. I mean, that's true. And that makes 1 lithium. Lithium is not a easy thing to make, I've just come to the realization of. Like, because this makes... how much? 17 per minute. Oh shit. Am I pumping water to put salt into it to pump it into a lake? Pretty much, yeah. Because you've got to dissolve the salt. That is what we're doing. If it was all going... oh, which is not all going though. Saline water. Okay, wait, hang on. I see the problem. Okay, let's put a pump here. There are no fish currently. I haven't made the fish. Because that's something you actually need to do in this game. You need to make the fish. I'm not even joking. Have we done lithium? I hardly knew him yet. We haven't! We hadn't done that. Frankly, it's quite pathetic that we hadn't, isn't it? Okay. And then we electrolyze the sodium chloride to turn into 1 lithium box. Okay. We are going to productivity module these. Because, I mean, you know that extra 8% productivity, ho, it's gonna help. I mean, hell, 1 of these is probably enough. Let's see. Yeah. 1 of these is exactly enough. This is the face of absolute concern and worry right now. Okay, we're gonna get rid of that chlorine. I'm gonna just chuck that back up here. Because there is a place we can put chlorine and it'll be happy there. Which, you know, will be good because we're gonna need it for the calcium chloride very soon. Alright then, well, you take care. Thanks for the raid. Very active stream today, isn't it? A lot of people coming by. Hang on, what's this? It's calcium. We do make calcium, we just don't do anything with it. Okay. Hang on, maybe we do have a plan. Okay, so we do have calcium being made, although it's 54 boxes per minute, which is not much. Excited you got raided for the first time, had someone to talk to? Aw. That's alright, it's how it starts. It all starts with 1 raid, and then, you know, you build from there. Okay, so we've got my lithium. Very exciting. It is exciting, but it's also absolutely dismal amounts of lithium.
Butt kicking for goodness!
And thank you for the follow, Satanic Potatoes. Appreciate it. Satanic Potatoes. Alright. Game with Dr. Doof lurking. Yeah. Oh, good. That's how these things go, I guess. The raid train. Meh. Just out one. While since I've made one of these. Ever since I created the crow stations, we just haven't been doing these manually. Okay. So that is almost no lithium. Alright, it's fine. Just keep going. We will probably need to revitalize this at some point, but for now, it will do. Quite frankly, not sure what else to do aside from, hey look, we've created something, it's okay. Train is out of fuel somewhere. How? Alright. The lithium correctly? I did. Okay, so we do still need to make battery boxes. That's alright, that's coming next. We've made lithium, to some degree. Anything that uses lithium. Ah, Wes, you were just with the Dr. Doof, were you? All good. Is just a question, is Dr. Doof a doctor? I'm not questioning, I'm just asking questions. I was like, I'm not asking a lot of questions. Hindsight, I don't know. Maybe he is a doctor. Is Dr. Doof a doctor? Valid question. Dr. Doom is not a doctor. So, you know, it's a valid question. Yeah, but... is that the reference he's going with? That makes sense, if that's the reference he was going with. Is Dr. Doofenshmirtz a doctor? Or however the hell you say it. He's a doctor of factories. I guess that can be a doctorate. Like a doctorate in engineering. Alright, we'll give him a pass on this one. I really wanted to race that train. Oh yeah, I just realized I've got to go sort out why this train's got no fuel. The more this happens, the more I think that I should really just get away with the hydrogen fuel, because it just seems to be problems. I don't think he does. I don't think he does. I mean, he does in the sense that he forced it, like, he is the king of a country, and he's like, hey, you'll call me doctor, and they're like, alright. But they love Dr. Doom, so it's fine. Like, they're big fans of Dr. Doom. Well, can you just stop for a sec, please? Depending on the incarnation. Oh, as some Doctor Doom's doctors and some aren't. I didn't consider that. I didn't consider that some had doctorates. How foolish of me to forget such obvious possibilities. Okay, so that would have been caused a pretty big jam, but that doesn't count, I think. I thought, yeah, as I said, I thought Doctor Doom's doctorate was more a honorary doctor as opposed to actual. But that being said, Doctor Doom's technical abilities definitely, you know, he's a very smart man. I mean, I'm not going to go around and talk shit about Doctor Doom. That seems like a very bad idea. I mean, the man makes Doom bots, you know. The man makes Doom bots. He can call himself whatever the bloody hell he wants. I think that's reasonable. How are we going with lithium? Not great. They're not all running at the moment, which is a bit of a shame. I think we do need to have a little bit more saline in there. Well-intentioned at times, extremist who doesn't quite... Yeah. I mean, Doctor Doom is a worthy adversary. I haven't read a lot about him. Like, he's never really come up much in my readings. Yeah, he's come up occasionally. Yes. And they're actually pretty good at being Doctor Doom as well. Like, they are pretty good at it. And I mean, I know Squirrel Girl is probably not the best basis of canonical ability, but the people can also build Doom bots. Like, they're also very good at building robotics. So, as I said, though, I don't know how based in truth Squirrel Girl is, but, you know, still something to consider. I mean, yeah, because Fantastic Four are like Avenger level, like heroes on their own anyway. Like, call in the Avengers, call in just the Fantastic Four. I mean, Squirrel Girl can defeat them, but then again, Squirrel Girl doesn't count. Squirrel Girl is bullshit. And she knows it. She knows that she's bullshit. Why she left the Great Lakes Avengers. But she's like, well, I'm too bullshit. I can't be here. Yeah, like, that's fair. Oh, I don't know this one. I mean, they kind of are. The only difference is, you know, Doctor Doom is a little bit more on the little side. Ouch. Tony. Hey, the Fantastic Four not rich. I mean, they literally own a huge building in New York. How are they not rich? think they own the Baxter building. Be wrong on that one though. There's too much clobber in time. I really need to read more about the Fantastic Four as well, I think. And they're another group that hasn't really come up much in my readings. Like, they come up every now and then, but not much. Okay, so here we're going to make the battery 2s. We need nanofabricators. I'm pretty sure we don't. I hope we don't carry those around. We do not. Okay. And then we can go back to trying to fix titanium up. Goodness, that's going to be a pain. All right. How can I play Factorio so long in a solo world? Easily? Sure, I understand the question. Easily enough? Not difficult? I enjoy it. No, there was that other one, you know, Fantastic Four, but they had the 4 in the middle. You get bored easily. Yeah, I don't. I enjoy it. A lot, actually. Just swim. Just get into the ocean and just start swimming. I'm out! Why am I here? Why am I here? I was down there and then I came up here. Why? But I cannot remember. To bring in the most something. That does make sense. Oh, nanofabricators! I hate it when the quote bot actually say something relevant, which is most of the time. Quote bot's very wise. I know, because it's full of things I said. Run straight into that. Alright. That was my last grape. Nope. It's the tiniest grape I've ever seen in my life. That was going to come back and bite me. That one is definitely going to come back to bite me in the ass, but that's alright. What the quote bot's for, right? Okay, hang on. What's going on here? Oh, this is just the train delays. Oh, it's going somewhere. Where's it going? Yeah. Maybe. Just come over here. Maybe? I mean, steel gears are going to be a problem for a little while. We need to probably think about how to improve those one day. But now, what I'd like to do is create something like this. I do not want the train stop names, thank you very much. Yeah. All right. So then we can start bring. Please tell me you didn't keep the train stop names. You didn't. Good. Ah, Doctor Doom. I can sympathize with that logic. You almost won, and your own hubris defeated you. I can absolutely sympathize with Doctor Doom on that one. That being said, Doctor Doom has been known to be a racist before, so maybe I should only sympathize with Doctor Doom to some degree. There is a limit on how much you should sympathize with someone who is confirmed racist. He doesn't think he was being racist. It was an accurate question as far as he was concerned. What if you try to leave Earth with a power cosmic? I don't know. I don't know much about Silver Surfer either. I guess because he's kind of Fantastic Four again. That's going to be my excuse. Okay. Like context then. Thank you. I mean, graphene. Oh gosh, I just realized these are going to be all designed wrong. Oh, but if you leave... Oh god. But if you leave that, does that mean he kind of can't? I don't know. Okay. So, once we get the boxes in, then we can probably start picking this stuff up. Lithium, yeah, lithium's going to be the problem no matter how you swing it. Also, I've just realized I called lithium wrong. Should be lithium epic. Oh no. Yeah, don't piss off Galactus. That's a reasonable rule. Like, yeah, I'm pissed off with the guy, but hey, leave my friend alone, please. You dick. Friend. Lackey. Whatever. Wasn't, like, Deadpool at one point taking the role of Silver Surfer? I know it's irrelevant, but I'm pretty sure they haven't at some point. I mean, that being said, isn't Deadpool done everything before? Because he's a troubled man. Many heroes have rotated through that role. Oh, okay. I didn't know that was that common to rotate. Handle wielded power cosmic. Okay. Fair enough then. Okay, the power capacitors coming in, then we need battery ones. Now, the battery ones, the important thing you gotta remember about battery ones is that these are not boxed. You do need to box them on site. Spider-Man, Ghost Rider. Oh, cool. Good history lesson, thank you. Okay, that's going to make battery 2s, theoretically. Marvel Multiverse is a broad one. It is. It is indeed. The more I read, the more I realize I have no idea what the f is going on. Which, you know, I'm not unhappy about. Was that the one with a crushed the ultimate universe? The amazing universe, whatever. Or did they crush both at the same time? I don't really know. Just a second. Yeah, I just realized we're at 404 followers. That's fun. Oh no, you adjusted the deck. We keep playing with the old one. I mean, that can happen. You know. Change your deck, but you just like your old one. Doesn't sound like you actually were trying to play with the old one, actually, now that I read it again. The oh no kind of gave that one away, now that I think about it. I mean, at least it's better than what, at least what my understanding of what DC did, and just like deleted all their old universes. You know, with the New 52. They ever go back to anything they deleted, or are they just all gone forever? I mean, the New 52 was ages ago, I know. Still just a weird thing to do in my mind. Yields probably. Just the idea of like, okay, we're going to reset all our universes to a base point and be like, okay, that's just how we're doing it. It's just like, really? People like the universes you created. It's like, they're gone now. Poof. I mean, I know that was like 10, 15 years ago now, but still, just seems such a bad idea. Again, I know nothing about DC. I decided when I was going to start getting into comics, I was like, just focus on Marvel. There's too much there for you to do. You know, even just going into Marvel, it's like, there's too much here. Don't venture into DC. You don't have that sort of time in your life. And, I'm mostly happy with that response I've taken. I'm kind of worried. I don't think these are moving. I'll put a hesitant jam display on. Look, I'm going to say we're jamming, but I'm not 100% sure. Jam. No cat jam in this channel. Yeah, why not? Well. Yeah, you want to go in there. And you can't leave. Oh. It's the perfect storm. It's the perfect storm of bullshit. We're going to put another one right there. And one right there as well. Huh, I didn't know that was possible to do it that badly. That was probably jammed for a while, actually. It's okay, it'll sort itself out now. Actually, while I'm here... might as well upgrade this, right? Okay, well we can stop the jam. So that means aluminium has been probably bad for a little while, but I think it's a huge deal. I think aluminium's more or less in an okay place right now. I think steel is the main thing that's holding us back. Well, mostly these damn steel gear wheels, which are doing their best. Is aluminium. It's going to be better. I mean, aluminium is fine. I'm not too worried about aluminium. Steel is my main concern right now. Now, how are you doing over here? It's just chilling mostly. One day we'll turn that off properly, but not yet. Okay, so that's nice, but I reckon we could probably do better. Can we drop the steel wires off here, please? Thank you. Picked up a bunch of sticks. What if I... we can do this. Okay. Help me step train. Are those the Seifer 60 time noises? No ghosts, and those are the... not sure if Seifer's going to continue this joke, and he's probably not going to. Quite the opposite. Okay, so that's going to add a few more. Another 80 per minute is actually not too bad. Yeah, it's added about 50% more. What are you doing, I Am the Sky? Good introduction, by the way. Good introduction when Seif goes, oh jeez, I don't know how to react to this. Okay, can we get a beacon? Do we have beacons? that, and then we'll just chuck that in there. And then wham, 97. Even better. 97 per minute more, that's not really that much more actually. You know, it's something. You know what? If you're gonna spaghetti, go spaghetti hard, right? Laying down watching, it's like 5 a.m. What is up with everyone? Everyone doing okay? Everyone seems to be like staying up super late, and I'm a little worried for you all. I mean, I guess that's normal. I'm at a weird time for most of you, so... But that might be on me. Am I the baddie? I might be the baddie. It's okay, you stay out for me? Aw, thank you. Well, I'm allowed to sleep though. I am concerned. Legitimately. But, I mean, that's very nice of you, thank you. A bad cat. I'm a bad kitty. Anyway, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna entertain that anymore. Gonna just move on. Don't know how to move on from that. Graveyard shift goes hard. Yeah, that happens as well. I mean, you know, fine too. Whatever time of the day it is, where you are, if I can bring you some entertainment, that's good. Makes me happy. We really do need to make better beacons at some point. Stretch. All right. Ooh, that was a new muscle on my back that I've pulled. I found a new one. Ooh. Okay, so we're just going to chuck some beacons into here and hope that it just makes steel gear wheels faster, because that is a lot of what we're having problems with right now. I'm going to do this so I can remember my eternal shame. I will never forget my eternal shame. It's eternal. It's literally there in the word. But, you know, fine. Fine enough. Alright then, so got my steel gears, which are becoming a little bit spaghetti. But you know what they say about spaghetti? Never forgetty it. Never forgetty the spaghetti. So all up, this should be producing 300 per minute. Damn. Not actually that much. What are we doing now? 370 per minute. And spaghetti's so much more to the south. Oh, you're right. But could we ever be trusted again? Doesn't matter, does it? If you can spaghetti to the south, why are you not spaghettiing to the south, Steve? Are you a coward? Are you chicken? Oh, I'm brave. You must spaghetti harder. Like my father always said, son, you must spaghetti harder than you've ever spaghettied before. Oh, look at this. This is a crime. Let the spaghetti flow through you. If you have some bad meat with it, you can absolutely let the spaghetti flow through you. Sorry. I got filthy. Yes. Yes. This is downright devious and evil. Think about it. Think of all the extra 200 gear wheels. Sensible chuckle monthly. Coward. Took me a second. Oh, no. That's fine. You'll figure it out. Now the problem we're going to have is not enough of these. But how do we improve that? We just add more speed, don't we? Now, finding far more steel than we make. However, what's to stop me doing more crimes? You know, they say more crimes are not war crimes. Probably. You posted the train jammies? Ah! Where do I get those? Is this a crime? Yes. Am I going to stop? Don't stop me now. I'm having such a good time. I'm having a ball. Okay. Now we do need to get some foundries, of course. They're AI generated? Well, that's a shame. I'm sure they must exist. Someone's gonna have train pajamas. You want to have a good time? Just give me a call. Unless the call you want to be is like not something that may or may not be a war crime, in which case that's not my fault. This is not actually a war crime because there's no war involved. So, just saying. How are they connected? Oh, I see. Okay, that's looking good. Now we just need to figure out how to get the foundries. It's not really that big a deal. Like, the foundries are easy. And then we should be able to make so many of these gear wheels. Oh. Excited, folks. He's ready to go and get some foundries. I might be too excited to get these foundries. Maybe he should calm down a little bit. Are we still making batteries? Yeah, kinda. More or less. I think we need to actually just get the lithium in there. How's the lithium going? No, we're not. We don't want to get the lithium in there just yet because we want to put more productivity modules in there. We'll get there. Next step. I forgot. I forgot. Go get it done in a moment. Finish off this. Flew too close to the sun. You know the rules. Now we must burn. Let's get the foundries. People keep redeeming it. Every time it gets redeemed, the price goes up. And at some point, someone's going to stop redeeming it. And then... Actually, hang on, make sure I haven't put the price too ridiculous. Odaba is still top cat. So every time it gets redeemed, the price goes up by 500. At some point, someone will stop redeeming it, and it will stay that way for a month until we drop the price, and then the fight starts again. So yeah, that's top cat for you. It is the sinkiest of point sinks. Don the mask? Absolutely. Eye in the sky, I will don the mask. It's just for you. Go, the mask is donned. Capitalism Simulator 2K. Exactly. Yeah, that's a tricky thing. If you're like gonna be strict about stuff, it's really hard to play multiplayer. Because you're like, no, things need to be done a particular way. Yeah, it's fine. I don't think it's a problem. It's just Factorio, right? Factorio players are very, very passionate. I need to put more steel plates in here. No, we should be making enough steel plates for now. Yeah, it's backing up. That's good. What if someone was to do this? Oh no, it's gotten worse again. Okay, we're making 667 steel gear wheels per minute. That's good. Yes. What is it, Solburn? Those beacons are aligned. Oh, yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah. Crack another one down, eh? That one. Do it. Howard, eh? Okay, but that should result in a lot more stuff happening around the factory. Underground to the right. Well, underground here and then give us some more room. Yeah, okay. I was thinking about it and I was like, no. I feel like I'm like going too close to the sun. You know what? Chris had some good ideas. Boy, he's a kid. Kid Icarus. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, we're good. Add another line to the west. I could just add more. Oh, no. No. We've already done too much. Already we pray for forgiveness at night for what we have done this day. Oh yeah, yes, that's right. Okay, let's go get battery 2s together. We must already beg forgiveness. We have already done massive crimes that we can never be forgiven for. Okay. 200 batteries. Good. A lot of batteries. The West, dude. Well, here you go. The full. Joy. Oh, please don't do it. Please don't do it. Okay, it's been good. I actually have a tarot deck here. The only problem is I don't know. It's like a Cthulhu themed tarot deck. But I don't actually know like how to read tarot. And I don't understand like these Page of Cups things. It's all Cthulhu themed, so it's just like ah. But sorry for anyone who's sleeping and just woke up to me screaming. You know, but you got like things like the moon from Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild. You know, who doesn't love the moon from Breath of the Wild? Hello, Blue the Eevee and friends. How's everyone doing? Cups is one of the suits. Yeah, I know. It's Cups, something else, something else, something else. I don't really know what they mean, rather, was my point. Whereas the Major Arcana, I at least vaguely know what they are. Thank you very much for giving Blue the Eevee the shout-out, Solburn. Doing well, doing well. Breaking laws, but, you know, just for fun. No laws that matter. Just the laws of common sense and dignity. Yeah, the ones that you should be breaking. And how was your stream? How was Team Fortress? I assume it's doing the Halloween things right now? No, Team Fortress does like their Halloween events. Wait, hang on. Why are we not going this way? I'd really like it if you drop off these batteries. Thank you. Stop! You've violated the law. Indeed. Alright, let's bring the lithium in and see how many batteries we actually make. I'm actually really concerned about how much lithium we actually have. Oh, we have 215. This might actually be enough. And then, I wonder if we can take these batteries out and put the new ones in. Not a bad idea. Hello, train. Not really that much lithium for much work. Oh yeah, the batteries need to come in first. Still working on it. You're tired, so you might fall asleep? That's alright. Don't you worry about it. A lot of people fall asleep to my stream. I have a very sleepy voice. I think it's because I stream late at night for most people, actually. Whatever works. 4 AM for you? Yeah, it's early morning for most people. Or late at night for most people. That's what you get for being in New Zealand time zone. That's on me. Didn't choose my time zone very well. Implying I had a choice, but that's okay. Sounds good. Sounds like a good evening you've got planned. And grab those real quick. Don't really want to use our cool batteries for a train, not yet. Maybe later. Exactly. Many times when I raid, I'm just like, I'm racing off to bed at that exact moment, so I actually don't hang around. I don't even really say hi sometimes, which is very rude of me, I know, but, you know, I don't really have a follow-up to that. Being rude. I'm kind of just hoping the batteries come in soon so we can actually get moving. Oh yeah, and we need to upgrade those, because otherwise nothing's going to happen. Oh. Batteries coming, or are they still stuck? Train 2s are working well, though. Like, Train 2s are probably actually going to be made very soon. I remembered where I was building them, which was down here. How are we doing with them? I've actually made locomotives. Okay. Okay. We've worn the mask for a while now. I think we can take it off. We need one more thing, I think, after that, which is these. Actually, that means they should be sorted. Alright, you take care, Blue. Thank you for the raid, and thank you for stopping by. I'll get words through eventually. Oh, thank you very much. I've tried watching this Phasmophobia game, but I don't understand it. And I don't really want to interrupt because it looks like a very intensive game, and it's like, it seems rude, well, not rude, but it seems weird to interrupt, like, what's going on, what you doing? Probably not, but seems like it would be out of the, not ruin the pacing of the game, but it just seems like it would take you out of it. That's what I was going for. Okay, so there's my battery 2's being. Very exciting. Ghostbusters style group shooter. I've never seen any shooting. I've just seen people walking around saying like, John Carter, are you here? John Carter. John Carter. Nothing's happening. Okay. Then they're looking at a light bulb and a camera. I don't understand. I don't understand. John Carter of Mars, are you here? I was trying to think of where that name came from, and then I remembered. John Carter of Mars. Yeah, it does, but nothing ever happens. Like, I want them to say, like, are you here? And to go, what up, bitches? And I'm like, oh, he's here. That's what I want anyway, but it's never happened. I'm just sort of waiting here for this to happen. I want to upgrade my batteries. It's like, oh, give me them batteries. I'll take one out now. They'll say stuff like death. Ooh, the scariest thing is for a ghost to say death. Meta. Meta AF. I mean, hang on. I've just realized now that I'm here, I really don't need to make too many androids. Oh, I guess solar panels are going to be something I need to make. Chassis is probably something I don't need to make. Probably just make them manually. Okay, the batteries are here. The batteries! Okay, so if we take these out, oh, chuck those in there. Oh, it's the Top Cat Odaba. The scariest part of the game is the jump scares when the ghost kills you. I mean, that's the same as life, right? Hello. I ate all the grapes because I'm a good cat. Actually, no. Have you seen this tiny grape? Hey, you really see the tiniest grape? It's so tiny. Hang on, I'll show Chad again the tiny grape just in case I didn't see it before. This tiny grape. So tiny. I don't know if I should eat it. No, I'm worried about it. I'm scared. Oh, the jump scare from the panda cat video, or the panda video. Yeah, that's had 107 views now. The one where you walked in the room and I didn't know you were there. And I was like, oh, hello there. I said very calmly, I was like, oh, hello panda, how you doing?
You are a little dog.
Okay, well, I don't need that negativity in my life. Aw, you'll always be in my life, babe. And the negativity. Yeah. Yeah, my tummy's fine. I spaced them out over like the course of an hour. Okay. If you're negative, you attract positivity. I'm positive. Which, by the way, is something you don't just randomly turn around and someone say excitedly, I'm positive. Well, he's in the doghouse. I'm the cat house. I'm a cat after all, where I live. Alright. Let's make these solar panels. No, I really want to make titanium. Hmm? solar panels, not salt. I've made a lot of salt though. Oh yeah, no, that was not what I said. I'm not repeating what she heard. Drop the P there is what she heard. Drop the P in solar panels is what she heard, and she was like, excuse me? You're making what now? Okay. Alright, so we want to make those, and we're going to really focus on getting that out. Totally out there, man. Yeah, we do need to get rid of the steam, but that's not really a big deal. You just do steam that way. Okay. Now, if I do, here's the tricky part. If we do this, oh, what a criminal action this was. I regret nothing. Oh, don't think about the tomato sauce conversation again. No, you absolutely, you may not have intended to throw me under the bus, but no, I thought he was kidding, and then I looked up and I saw the undercarriage of a bus. I'm like, ah, looks like I've been thrown under the bus again. Oh, look at this. Panda's thrown me under the bus again. How delightful. She didn't actually throw me under a bus, just to be clear. If anyone thought my wife actually is throwing me under a bus, they're starting to call emergency services. No, it was just a joke. Everything's okay. Only my feelings were hurt. I need calcium chloride and I need calcium. I don't know why I said calcium in such a strange way there. Calcium. How do you make calcium? Make it an electrolyzer. Okay. Now let's make some electrolyzers then. Legal reasons it was in game. It wasn't in game, but it was also not a physical bus throwing. It was, she thought I was making a joke, and I thought he was, like, someone else was making a joke, like the guy in the cafe. And by the time I realized he wasn't making a joke, Panda realized as well, and then clarified, and then I looked like a fool. That's what happened. It was just accidents, really. But I felt silly. But, and then Panda and I were like, what happened there? And I was like, I thought he was joking. And she was like, I thought it was obvious. I'm like, it was not obvious. That's what happened. All in good fun. Cthulhu Dreams. Hail, hail. Cthulhu Uprising was also an accident. Not untrue. One sleepy boy. Sometimes he wakes up and he's like, what up, my boy? It was, Cthulhu, you gotta stop talking like that. And he's like, no. I am like an elder starspawn and I'll say whatever I bloody well want. Who's gonna tell Cthulhu no? I mean, the cultists could try, but you know, we don't care. I don't think Cthulhu actually cares about his cultists. Like, not even like a little bit. Hello Kitty. Did I read Hello Cthulhu? Is Hello Cthulhu a thing? I do not know what you're referencing. The webcomic. Not one that I'm aware of. It's funny because I used to read a lot of webcomics, although I didn't really. I mean, it depends when the webcomic was made. Like, I used to read quite a few, but I mean, there's so many comics, right? So I used to read quite a few, but at the same time, there used to be so many more webcomics. I guess there are probably still tons of them because good medium for like independent artists to make something. Hell, I used to make a webcomic. Not really, I used to write it. I used to draw it. Or write for it. It was okay. Was it great? No, but we were proud of it. Alright then. Actually, can we just tidy that up just a little bit? Remember webcomics? Of course I remember webcomics. I still read quite a few of them. They used to be popular. They are, I mean, they're not unpopular now. Like as I said, I still read webcomics. I just used to read a lot of webcomics. Like on dial-up internet, which was, boy, I used to read like 30 webcomics and I used to check them every day and it would just take me hours. You know what? I am going to post one webcomic. If you do not read this webcomic already, I know this person, they are a Kiwi. And I do want to... No, I'm not. Oh God, no! I'm not posting my comics on Discord. Absolutely not. One comic I will recommend is this one. They're a Kiwi as well, and their comics are absolutely adorable, surreal, and just really fun. So I recommend them. So there you go. Read that. One comic a week. You can do it. And it's cute. It's funny. It's surreal. But no, I will never post the comics that I used to make. I mean, when I say I used to make them, we're talking... XKCD is indeed a webcomic, yes. Well, we were making them in high school. And so that was like when Penny Arcade was huge. You know, the comic was huge. And you will never see them. Yeah, there you go. Lots of webcomics. Okay, so it's great that I've made this, but how am I shipping it anywhere? That's something I hadn't really considered. Oh, we're getting closer and closer to the androids are becoming bigger deal. Oh, before YouTube people read webcomics. Yeah, I mean, yeah, probably different culture though. I mean, the main reason I stopped reading webcomics back in the day was I started reading a lot more like manga. I don't read manga anymore either. Not the point. Adobe Flash. Oh, I mean, Flash animations were another thing altogether, weren't they? Yeah, they were pretty bad. You know, it was a different time. Night and Happiness was a webcomic that turned to YouTube. What do you mean was a webcomic? It's still a webcomic. Like, they still post like 4 or 5 times a week. It's still there. They didn't go away. Like, I don't actually watch the YouTube stuff. I still read their comic because, you know, I find it entertaining. It's horrible and it's, you know, crass and all that, but I'll enjoy it. Ah, train stops, have arrived. Cute. How about animation? Yeah, I mean, I'm not really too fussed about spoilers for Elden Ring at the moment. I've gone hollow. I can accept that. I don't think I'm ever going to finish it at this point. Or whatever the hell. Oh, whatever the hell the equivalent of going hollow was in Elden Ring. How about sometimes I like, sometimes just like, eh. Oh. Distant Death, maybe. I liked their... They do Hearthstone? I feel like they did Hearthstone, I can't remember. Glass inserter is missing? You're right, it is. Strange. I was looking at it. It's probably missing here too. Okay. Can we bring in some locomotives, please? There are no locomotives there. Okay. Wow, that's freaking wonderful. Actually, do we probably made locomotive 2s, haven't we, by now? Well, if we have, which we haven't. Okay, well, that's much easier to say that we've done it. We're gonna have to gyrate this? No, flip. Okay, and battery it up. We are almost out of batteries. I don't want to use the fancy batteries. They're not going to work properly. Not in this environment anyway. Thought that was my train. Thought my train had finally come in. Oh, you know what's going to be great? Actually having them be able to recharge batteries. Not going to do a damn thing like that. Okay. Why are you not making more locomotives? That's my real question to you. Because you've run out of this, which is chests. Large chests, I believe. That. All chests? we do need to go get more trains. Okay, that's fine. Are we having power problems? No. Are we having problems with too much gosh darn calcium? Yes. That is a problem we are having. Trains just motorized chests. I mean, are they not? Okay, so here's my plan. We probably need to get a bit more hydrogen in here. So, got these. We just grab some electrolyzers just real quick. Like, I'm not actually too fussed by this. And just go... hydrogen, please. Put over here. No slag? Thankfully not. I don't want to have to deal with slag. And we are almost out of pipes, which is bloody wonderful news. We're not going to talk about what just happened there. Fine. Hopefully that'll burn off a little bit more of the chlorine. That's what you call bold spaghetti? Well, you know me. I always like to have the boldest spaghetti. Locomotive. Seriously? Okay, fine. I give up. Let's talk about what happened there. Nope. Not gonna. Can't make me. This is how I deal with my problems now. Drive away in a car and then crash into a rock. Here we go. Oh, there's actually a power pole. Never mind. I guess we have to talk about it. Look, I don't know. I just wanted it done, and we did it. Okay? I just want it done, and we did it. There's no more to discuss. Too long without a crash, yeah. I was really liking that one today, isn't it? To a worrying level. There's a lot of those rocks. I mean, that seems like a very straight answer. Like, that's the straightest answer I've ever seen the 8-ball give in a long time. Which makes me think, maybe it might actually be in distress. For 8-ball. People, what are you doing? Why is 8-ball turning to relief? Look, the 8-ball is on no one's side, remember that. 8-ball likes to make you think it's on your side, but it's not. 8-ball is a liar, it is a cheat, it is a coward. but it's damn good looking, so we keep the 8 ball around. Suppose we can put, I don't want to put those ingots anywhere. Nice to your robot. When am I ever nice to my robots while playing Factorio? Come on. Robot. Oh no, not Robot the robot. We're not doing this again, are we? Hello, I am Robot. I am the 8-ball machine. Sometimes I get dropped. It is the only way I feel pain. Not from being ignored or not talking about my apparent Lord and Savior. Oh, no spiders, please. No spiders. You don't need spiders today. What I like about this mod, no spiders. No biters, rather, but, you know, same thing. Oh god, your game's going to go long, Veldek. There is no saving that game. That game's just going to go long. I feel like... Oh dear. What is this? Oh. Oh. Two trains entered. One train stuck. Yeah. I mean, there is a deck that exists where you win by your opponent having lots of life. That is a deck that exists. Like, your goal is to give your opponent life with the card that makes you win if your opponent has lots of life. It's basically, if you know anything about the D&D planes, there is the positive energy plane that just constantly gives you health in some places. And at some point, if you have double your maximum health, you explode. I guess you just become too healthy. But you never want to become too healthy. Healthful. Okay, power is a problem right now. Power hasn't been a problem for quite a while. Actually, never mind. We have been using these Stirling engines for a very long time, actually. The auto heal bonus HP once it max HP. Is that what it is? Once bonus. Oh, so it was a double. Okay. But Darwin knows this shit. If someone future thief. Why? What do you want with future thief? What do you want with future thief? What's your question? I can relay it to him. More than one party has gone edgelord doctrine, stabbing themselves just not to explode from too much health. Was it Ravage? Oh, sorry, Ravage. I apologize. I read it wrong. Odaba, you no longer know your shit. Ravage, you know your shit. Odabra's still top cat. Sorry. Okay. Going. Why are you stuck in that very awkward place? I prefer that you were not stuck in that very awkward place. Wait. There's no steel gear drops at the moment? Everyone's happy with steel gears? That's strange. Fireball is not legal for current. No, Fireball is a very weird card. Like, Fireball is extremely strange. Like, the multi-target thing of Fireball is just like, what? I don't think fireballs. When was fireball last legal? I don't know. Let's have a look at fireball. Fireball a single target? No, it's not. Oh wait, you talking about fireball magic? No, it's not single target. Spell costs 1 more to cast for each target beyond the first. Fireball deals X damage divided equally, rounded down among any number of targets. Yeah. When was that last legal? Oh wait, never mind.
For goodness!
Thank you very much for following, Silver Fox. Appreciate it. Let's see. It did get printed in Commander Legends Battle for Baldur's Gate. That wasn't too long ago. But beyond that, 2013. Oh yeah, no, Fireball's not a thing, really. It's an interesting concept. Channel Fireball has not been a thing for a very long time. Because that's kind of a bullshit combo. But, you know, it is iconic. Okay, so we got calcium, which is a food that you can get in New Zealand. It's called calcium. I am not even making that up. Oh yeah, I am well aware of Channel Fireball. Do not fret. Calcium. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like a little dairy food. I don't know what you'd call it in other countries, but it was called dairy food. What, you thought I was joking? Absolute staple in the schoolyard. Calcium. Okay. So that gets my calcium and it gets my chloride. Now, I could keep doing this. I know I need to make titanium ingots, and you know what? No, keep doing it. Don't get distracted now. Not in your moment of glory. And this is not that. Calcium chloride, okay. Beldak, please tell me you're not using that fountain. Please tell me you are using that fountain. Because if so, you've made something very, very strange. Oh, I was gonna say, if you're using that fountain, I'd be like, 1, why are you using that fountain? And 2, oh no. I mean, no, the fountain is that is a jank card. I would be like, if you were playing that fountain, I'd be like, you've gone mad? I mean, I'd be very impressed, but the madness would be massive. Massive levels of madness. Okay. Then we're gonna figure out what to do with that chloride, but... Oh, goodness. Yeah, there's a few of them. Don't forget, you can always lose by running out of cards in your deck. A long game if you're doing that, though. I mean, not always. There are ways to never run out of deck. But I don't think that's happening in this game. Like, that's a deck that is very designed for that particular situation. Yeah, my colors is possible. It's just strange. I mean, not strange. That's probably the wrong word, but it's a very concentrated effort. Okay. Lime and chloride can be used to make calcium chloride. Okay, okay. Or lime, 25 chloride. Sending me photos of their decks. I didn't ask for this. Well, that's on you, buddy. On you. You didn't want any dick pics? No. We need to get some pipe. You know, if you don't want dicks, you're getting pipe. You know the rule. That's fair. That's fair. I forgot. No blame stream. You got me. I apologize. Got my own tenants. Like, can you do me a favor? Can you screen cap that game and so I can look at what the hell's going on later? That game sounds fascinating. I'm not quite sure what we're doing with all this right now, but I'm sure we'll figure it out in a moment. Figure if I just pull this up, then I'll get out from there. It does, but it sounds like neither one of them is, I mean, there's got to be an end point to it somewhere. Probably. I mean, they're the fun games, though. The ones where you're like, you know, you look at your opponent and go, ha ha ha, we've come wearing the same dress to the party, I see. Anyway, I've just realized the time, which means we are about to call it for the night. In fact, we're going to call it now. We made some real progress today, though, which is good. So if we can get the titanium working a little bit better, then I think we're going to have some even better stuff. I'm going to save. And, oh, that's explode. Thank you everyone for being here today, and thank you for everyone for rating and gift subs and the donations. Really appreciate it. You still have 4 hours left on your shift. Well, you know what? I got some idea for you, Hellbait. You know, if you have got 4 hours left on your shift, may I suggest going to youtube.com/SeiferKatt, and there is hundreds of hours of YouTube content with your boy SeiferKatt. I don't know why I said that, but hey, there you go. You can also go to the Discord and chat with people there, and you can also go to the Twitter, which is where I post weird shit that I think about throughout the day. If you are not following, please do consider following. I would appreciate it. And yeah, boy. I like how the cat just sort of comes up. So much fun. Yes, there is also Ask Panda. I stream 4 nights a week. That is Monday, Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday, with Sunday being my variety day, which I will be playing Magic on Sunday because that's a thing. That's all right. Go check out the YouTube. There's a lot of stuff there. There is like about 4 or 5 complete Factorio runs. It's ridiculous. So yeah, you can enjoy that if you wish. Besides that, I am tired. I am done. I am going to bed. So thank you everyone for watching, and I'll see you later. Bye.